Fucking sudden Drakengard music, dude. I figured I'd surprise somebody in here. Couldn't help myself. Did you catch up on the story? I don't know if you were around for much last night. After you got quiet. Yeah, I'm curious what conversations I'll be having today. Let's go somebody. It's caught up then. Yeah, I was chit-chatting with my parents and setting up jiggies in time. So that's why it's on a little later today. Really? I mean, you did have the part where you followed the fat guy around, but was it that long? Cause Jesus, that was horrible. That section was dog shit, man. We went around the entire town. That's a 40 hours? Is it because I left the game in stasis? Was it? Jesus, why would he bring it back? It's bad game design. It's not funny, it's not even a punchline. They could have just, the dog could have dropped a fucking map with all of the fucking red trees and that would have been just enough, and then the dog just is there when we get to each one. It says 40 hours, so we're not gonna have an accurate playtime. That sucks. Even though I didn't have the game open, I guess it still counted. It says 40 on the dot. We had about 26 before. So it's easier to just count my stream time. I don't think there's going to be that much left today. I could see a lengthy modern section, like a couple hours. But the rest just doesn't seem like there's that much left. We'll see how much they want to tie into the first, but still not 100% seeing it. The story's definitely picked up a bit. I wouldn't say it's better than one, but I mean, we're still doing random shit. The first game has like, the last third of the game's pretty non-stop. This one sure meandered for a bit, we'll see though. About ready to move on though. Yeah, as of now, the story's not as interesting. I mean, the first 2/3 of the Premonition 1 has enough little bit of mystery and shit going on. First 2/3 of this, you know exactly who did what. Then the last third's just asking the question, what's the bigger mastermind situation and how's it tie into one? The modern day shit is way more interesting. I mean, I want to know what happened with Melvin and Patricia and shit, but that's just kind of like thrillery shit, which is fine. What's up, Lassie? What was your mind? We need to go south. Oh, it's like moving. Might be too far. Yeah, I forgot about the part where he plays Naomi and follow the fat man around. I don't remember what her name actually was. Call her fucking Naomi Watts, man. Whatever this is must be moving fast. Yeah, even though I do all this side stuff, for the most part I'm still not getting that much upgraded shit. And there's just not really a good resource to figure out where.
Why do you want to leave town, Zach? Don't tell me you want to go sightseeing down in New Orleans. Come on, back to the investigation.
Wait, where does this... I have to figure it out or something? Oh. We're just going to cold storage warehouse. What the hell? I think this thing's fucked. But yeah, the whole crafting upgrade system just seems weak. It doesn't incentivize side quests very well. You don't get that much through natural play, even if you're doing like a completionist style. You don't get that much. For the most part, you just kind of have to force it. And like, it's not like the game's hard enough or you get cool enough stuff to even bother upgrading. The only reason I want to upgrade the skateboard is because I go fast. Which is cool, but... Roof of cold storage. I got max speed now, but I had to sacrifice acceleration. I never could get a max speed upgrade to 10. I had to just use 2 5s. Is there really no way in this? It's just like bugged. Maybe there's like another entrance around here. Yeah, I just don't think that a lot of the systems are incentivized or just the items are delivered to you correctly. I'd be fine having to like go do random work to pick them up. Like all the stuff. But there's no like resource in the game to know where things are gonna be, and some of it's really rare for like no reason. It's just not fun to do. Okay. And what is going on with this? Like, what is happening right now? Yeah, no way there could be a bug, right? Maybe it's this? This would just make sense, right? Can't get into the cold storage warehouse. This mission marker's got me fucking... It's going from one side of the world to the other, man. I should reset the game again. Maybe something's up. I mean, how we got into the cold storage warehouse before is we just walked in through the front door. So, I mean, if they could definitely change how we do it, because the roof you might get to it from outside, but I didn't see anything. And that marker makes me think there's like a glitch going on. Could be that we left the game on for 10 years, now it's just broken. Thought I put it in sleep mode. Maybe it just is being funky.
What? You need... Okay, why?
I'll be happy when we're done with these loading screens, though. These are starting to get taxing. Especially when it's because we're reloading from, like, possible bugs. I should time these, man. They're pretty long. Aren't switch carts technically supposed to have like quicker load times? I mean, I doubt it really makes a big difference, but if they did have a quicker load time than Blu-rays, like, it'd be funny. That's Swery's excuse, man. It's even worse. I'm sure it's minimal, if anything. Underpowered system is probably a bigger deal. It's like moving. Like what?
Lena Doman, aka Professor R. How could such an intelligent person like her suffer such a tragic downfall? Does the South really corrupt people like Patty said? This sunlight certainly seems capable of breaking someone down. No matter how you try to resist it, it's so hot it feels like I'm burning up. But that doesn't explain it. Perhaps we really do need to focus on the Clarkson bloodline itself. Everything in this town, whether it's visible or invisible, it all carries shades of their influence. Buildings, people, conversations, food. Right down to each blade of grass. There isn't anything beyond the reach of the Clarkson's breath. Even San Rouge itself was created by Clarkson blood. Zach?
Oh, audio's done. Whatever. Should really have these continue until you actually do something real. I mean, this is what would make the most sense over there. Oh, what the fuck? Well, that's who we need to talk to, apparently, to get into the cold storage. Might have to load an older save or something. Maybe this one's just on the fritz. Or we could fast forward time a bit. It's not as good as the first one, but it's enjoyable enough. It's still got its special brand atmosphere and shit. And these guys possessed. I hope that's his excuse. I mean, it is shit for sure, but like it's objectively probably better than the first one, but the story might not be as good, which is really all that matters. It doesn't look like he's moving anymore. We'll see by the end. It's hard to say on the story. So when you smoke, it resets the NPCs to where they're supposed to be. Okay.
Oh, it's you. I reckon I owe you an apology for how I was acting before. I think I get what you meant now. You'll no longer be able to borrow a certain someone's power. Oh, those words woke me up. I need to get myself together or I'll sink.
Yeah, I mean, gameplay-wise, it's better. Side quests in the open world are better, but they're still, in the grand scheme of things, shit. They're just better than the first game. I'm not as big a fan of the setting, although it's nothing really inherently wrong with it. It's just very flat and dull. I mean, they have a lot of mini games and other systems in the game, but they all are kind of fucked in a way. Technical issues are still just as bad as the first game. Like, it's all a little bit better, but the story, I feel like, sometimes it feels like it's trying to imitate almost too much of one, but in like a hollow way. I think the animations are too rigid, and there's a lot less personality in some of the characters because of that. The story's pretty whatever until this point. Only the present day shit's kind of interesting. It's not like boring, but like there's a lot more wacky characters. Overall, the entire game is way more wacky and paranormal, I'd say. It's got a lot lighter tone, even if serious shit's going on. Like, it's cool. I still like it, but it's one of those, like, I might like it just a little less than the first one. There's a lot of things that I don't see why, like animations, why those would need to be worse, but it's a different engine. Really, I don't know. I liked Alan Wake's atmosphere a lot, but that kind of setting is my style, so maybe I liked it more than most. I don't know if I would have liked that more or less. It feels open worldy, like a Silent Hill, maybe, like one, where it's just kind of like light open world and then you go into shit and do cool stuff, then that'd be fine, but like this,
You saved me. So, thanks.
Now this is a surprise,
This is
Zach.
a surprise, right?
Can a human being really turn themselves around this quickly?
I don't know, maybe.
Hey, come on, don't say that. I was drunk, you know.
I did give him his ring
I
back.
lost my baby girl, my wife, then my father-in-law. I didn't know what to do. Blaming it all on someone else was the only way I knew how to cope. All right?
Sucks you
What are
lost
you
your
here
arm,
for,
Danny.
anyway? Thought you already investigated this place.
I'd like to get your permission to climb up to the roof. Right up to that hideous sign there.
Oh, is that all? Well, go on ahead. I know you're a genius agent. If you need to go up there, then by all means.
Danny, I'm not a genius. I'm a complete failure.
The voice acting in this is good, though. I'd say it's better than the first one. Hank York sometimes a little better in the first one, but overall it's still just he's still solid. But overall, the entire cast, there's more voices in, they're better.
I never even gave a single thought to P.J. Clarkson's first daughter. I was practically oblivious the entire time. I never considered the possibility that Lena had a child either, and that misstep cost us many sacrifices.
But you know all about it now, right? Then just move on. You figured out that it was Galena who murdered Lise, and that Galena was being manipulated by Lena. You proved that my treasure wasn't evil after all. It may have cost us a lot of sacrifices, but that still makes you a genius agent, and that's how I know I can trust you. Now, I don't care if you're FBI. I'm still gonna come clean and say it. Whoever killed my treasure is gonna pay. I want to track him down and kill him with my own hands. But I'm a Clarkson too. So I made up my mind. All Clarksons got a job to do.
Spin. Pivot. I think the soundtrack's better too, but there's not really as many like iconic songs like the whistling song or
Which one is it, Zach?
some of the wacky
Patricia must be in the boathouse we
vocal
saw in
songs in
that
the
photograph,
first one, but it's still a better soundtrack.
along with Melvin and
a lot more
Candy,
variety.
goddess of fertility. What I saw at Alexis's restaurant, not only was my mind still reeling, but the oracle was also rather vague. But so what, Zach? We just need to find the same boathouse that we saw in that picture. There's got to be another singularity inside it. Zach, that's the boathouse. It's right where the photograph was taken. But I have no idea how we're supposed to reach it.
Some still water, right? It's almost like a photograph.
Zach, it looks like we have no choice but to head back to the starting line. Let's go and see the one who fired the pistol at Heaven. He should be able to transport us straight to that boathouse. Remember, his love for justice is so strong that he chased a poacher's boat all the way up the bayou. I'm sure he'll be happy to help us. Zach, stop and just imagine it for a moment. Chuck's face, once he hears that poacher's boat is actually a shrine housing the goddess of fertility.
Yep. Good old Chuck.
What's this? Who left this message for her? Zach, you know what? I forgot all about our 10-foot giant. We still have a lot of work left to do in this town.
It's not Avery hopped up on red seeds, then who the hell is it, man? There's not many other big boys, man. We could turn in that Avery quest too. But do I really give a shit? I kinda just wanna move on.
Zach, there's the biggest man we've seen in town thus far. Let's talk to him just in case. Hello there, Avery. I need your help. Would you mind raising your arms up high like this for me?
Raise my arms? Like this?
Thank you. That's perfect.
Big my.
It appears that even with your height, you'd have a tough time reaching a spot up that high.
I love Lise. Yup.
Yep.
But Lise got cold. Lise turned white. My poor sunlight wouldn't move no more.
Avery, I understand how you feel. I'm sure that Lise does too.
Really?
Oh yes. I guarantee it. Right now, I'm trying to eliminate the cause of her death, but I need your assistance. If you ever see a man who looks taller and stronger than you, I want you to let me know.
I will. You bet I will. Yup.
Jesus, Avery. He's gone. I would have liked to turn in his quest, but I don't really care, man. The side quests don't really have much dialogue.
Why do you think the Clarksons chose a dragonfly for their family crest? In some European countries, dragonflies are called...
Okay. I guess touching stuff too. Cancels it. Yeah, maybe, man. I mean, Professor R said that the red drugs amplified you physically too, but I mean, I don't know.
Hello, Chuck. The time has finally come to catch that poacher's boat you spoke of.
Oh, now he wants to catch the boat. Thought you FBI boys don't chase down boats. Ain't that what you said? Unless it's a terrorist boat that plans to overthrow our country, right?
You're exactly right, Chuck. I discovered that boat does contain perpetrators who are potentially capable of overthrowing our country. Perpetrators who are deeply connected to a new drug called Sang Rouge.
And you expect me to help you?
Yes, I need your help.
I see you got the balls to match just how big a goddamn prick you are. Poachers can fuck with my farm all they want, but the moment drugs get involved, all of a sudden you're raring to go. Guess what? I don't give a shit.
I can't solve this case without your help, Chuck. If you're angry about how I acted
Drop some
earlier, then
frames.
please allow me to apologize.
I don't want no apology.
Then how can I get you to trust me?
You really don't know when to shut up, do ya? As you can see, I'm busy here. So if you're done harassing me, then,
Chuck, that was amazing. Absolutely incredible, fantastic. How did you do that?
thanks? I don't know.
Yeah.
The answer lies in
teleport
his
here
physical
from another- What?
advantage. That's it, Zach. Your stance when you toss makes all the difference. I can't get over how beautiful his stance was. Just what am I missing?
You like skipping stones?
Dropping all sorts of frames, probably 'cause I'm downloading some shit. I'll finish that later. Let's see why a download would matter with the upload, but it's just a bandwidth thing.
You know, I always trust a man who knows how to skip good. See, the key to skipping is how close your arm is to the water when you throw. You also need accurate speed, an accurate wrist snap, and accurate timing when you let go. That's why short folk who stay low to the ground and keep a low profile like me can skip better.
I'm just gonna cancel that. Maybe that's causing frame drops. Or it's just good old Cox internet, man. Now that I'm back on it, they might just decide we're done. fucking hate Cox Internet.
And that's how I reckon I can trust a man who knows what skipping's all about. Got it? If you want my help, you gotta impress me with your skipping. Then I'll lend you my boat.
Like how he did his entire side quest. That doesn't matter. Oh, man, I left the shit behind, dude. This Cox fucking bullshit. A good internet, man.
Hot damn! Woo!
I don't know what kombucha is.
You're a natural. That was flawless skipping, all right.
Really?
Oh yeah, you got talent, boy. And you're humble, too.
Well, I did have a great teacher. That's what helped me to stay low.
Yep.
Oh
That's
no,
the key.
never have.
Gotta keep low profile.
I try it, but
Folks can learn
couldn't
a lot
even
about
imagine what
life
it
from
tastes like.
stone skipping. Feller's gotta stay humble. Keep himself from getting all arrogant. Know what I mean? Okay, maestro. I trust you now.
Maestro?
I'll take you into the swamp or wherever the hell else you want to go. Want to shove off now? Gotta make hay while the sun shines. Let's head over to my boat. Follow me, maestro.
You just buy that like at a store? Or you have to like make it yourself?
We gotta go round a bit to get to your boathouse. It ain't the safest route out there, so just be ready.
Zach, this is exhilarating. It's like an amusement park ride, only better.
Do they just make the side quests and then not have them intermingle with the main story like in any way?
Hold on tight now, maestro.
This is yet another reminder about just how vast and varied our homeland of America is.
We're just gonna do his minigame. I've already done this. Maybe this is the 5 one that we haven't done yet. It's not moving, I didn't notice that. Classic. Pure Kino, dude. Very patriotic, and is made by a Japanese man. I had no ammo there. Doesn't matter what we get on this stage, we're done with side shit. In fact, I might already have done this stage. God bless you, deep south. This is what it's like, man. I live in the deep south. That's what I did before I turned on the stream, man. Get me a couple gators with the gun. Ammo. That was alright. That one seemed harder than the double S one. Maybe I was just on point on the double S one. Cup of coffee with milk. Expansion necklace. I just like more slots in my inventory. I don't need more fucking slots.
This is as far as I can take you. You're gonna have to walk from here.
Thanks, Chuck.
How Chuck's just talking quietly, and then we're just like yelling at him.
Hey, you hear that wind a-howling?
The wind are howling.
That there's a storm coming. You better watch yourself out there. You hear?
I like me a good storm.
Oh, yeah. And folks don't usually come round this end too much, so be careful. You got a weapon?
Mr. Alligator.
Just give me a holler if you need
You got
me
a
to
weapon,
come get
man. What
you.
the hell are we just shooting with?
I do always trust a good skipper from the bottom of my heart.
The fucking voice acting in this is too good, man.
I appreciate all your help.
Whoever did the voice direction on this or the casting, sure had it figured out. Maybe people just do better voices when it's like more hammed up shit. More soul, baby. Wendigos. The red spirits. Man. Spirits be with ya. Oh, indeed.
Zach, a deadly premonition.
Did he ever name
How do you
drop the
feel
game
about
in the
this
first one?
Honestly, I'm torn. I know the truth that awaits us
I don't
here
recall
isn't
it.
one we want to accept. But we have to keep marching ahead. We're FBI special agents, remember? The United States Department of Justice has authorized us to deliver justice in their name. You know, sometimes I get to thinking, why did I ever decide to work in the justice sector?
I don't recall. Man, maybe. Not like this, I don't think. This is straight up a dead end. We're just gonna use the mini-map. Why does it show there's like an entry over here? There's not. Do I have to kill shit? There's probably like a pixel that's not covered on the mini-map there. What are these enemies even? Red spirits, dude. And they belong to the other world. Excuses for gameplay. How did I get paralyzed but I didn't get hit? That was weird. Yeah, we had the game on for so long yesterday that the FPS started to slowly tank. I was getting like, it felt like sub 5 FPS. We're trying to fight with that and it's just like almost impossible. I guess the game just slowly busts over time.
Zach, we've reached the final stage. Are you prepared for the truth?
Jesus. It's gonna be like a big ass level. Whoa. The architect has been here.
I love you. I'll do anything for you. I'll make your wish come true.
Melvin the White Knight, dude.
You stand before the goddess. Mind your manners.
Sorry, but I don't worship that deity.
You always were a rude one.
Patty, everything's all right now. Just come over to me.
She can't hear you, York. Patricia's already in a trance. Outside voices can't reach her.
You didn't. San Rouge?
Now what kind of fool do you take me for? She's the consecrated virgin, and virgins need to be pure. She won't be able to serve the goddess if she gets all corrupted. Now will she? And besides, she's got a resistance to
Too much
stuff.
drugs, man.
Might be due to the blood she inherited from her parents, or it might be San Rouge was designed that way on purpose. Not that it matters now, 'cause she's about to die. I wouldn't do that if I were you, York. Or did you forget who gave you Mr. Alligator to begin with? You think I'd hand you a weapon without any sort of safeguard in it?
This is straight out of a bad C movie, Melvin.
Call it what you want, York. But I'm the main character here, and you already played your
And the
part.
fisticuffs fight,
Now
man.
that Candy's become the goddess, I will take her once more and claim my seat as the king who rules this town. Yes, I will be the one who rebuilds the Clarksons' legacy!
Power isn't important to you, Melvin. All you care about is your loving family, remember? The man who won the heart of the most beautiful girl in the world. Melvin Woods. We can still stop this from happening. You just need to wake up, Melvin.
York, you really are a second-rate man. You're incapable of understanding how other folks feel. Lena was the one I loved. Candy's merely the symbol we use to restore the Clarksons' glory. The goddess of fertility is just an idol designed to guide our people down the proper path. I devoted everything I had to Lena. Hey, Patricia!
Ah,
I was obsessed with Lena ever since I was a kid. She lived in a big mansion and also had skin as white as snow. All I ever wanted was to be just like her. My friends were too close-minded to understand. Don't let the white man brainwash you, they said. But race was never a part of it for me. She was always far above that shit. a higher being who surpassed it all. By the time I grew up, she already changed forms and abandoned her home. At first, I was so shocked. It felt like my dreams had been shattered before I ever got a chance to pursue her. But when I finally got a chance to meet her face to face, everything changed. I loved her female form with all my heart. The moment I saw her again, she completely possessed my soul. Hey, York, you know how they say God created man in his own image? That's what Lena is. She's God's finest creation. The perfection of the human race.
She wasn't perfect in any way, Melvin. She was just another criminal who happened to be a bit smarter than most.
You never understand. Anywho, I decided to follow her plan. And so I became the one who supported her from the shadows, working to fulfill her dream of restoring the Clarksons' glory. That's why I seduced Candy, married her, and kept giving her sang rouge whenever Lena told me to. Then, you know what happened?
I haven't heard Fallout
About
2's
1
music.
year ago, we finally saw a sign. A sign of the birth of the goddess of fertility.
You mean she started growing horribly obese?
8 years. It felt long, but also short somehow. I knew from the start that much blood would be spilled.
Much blood.
But I had no other choice. It was the only way for me to make my beloved angel need me.
So you murdered Galena, too?
Yeah, that didn't exactly go according to plan. Galena was supposed to kill Lise, and Lena was supposed to take Patricia's life. Then Lena and Galena were supposed to kill PJ and end their own lives. Filicide, patricide, and suicide. These 3 types of sacrifice were gonna complete the blood purge. But then you came to town. You're such a pest, York. I loathe every fabric of your being. Always buzzing around us like a gnat, trying to upset our faith, but no more.
Always time for a
I'm
smoke.
gonna stop you right here, sacrifice my daughter, and complete Lena's plan once and for all. There may have been some hiccups in the plan, but the result won't change. After all, I'm her daddy. In the end, the goddess of fertility and her king will be the only ones left. We'll find a way to make do on our own. Hey, York, haven't you been wondering why I'm talking so much about myself? Because this is the last stage of the game? And nope, I've just been waiting for this. The Bud. Soon, she'll be reborn, and the goddess of fertility
They go
will
for
be
a lot of
among
meta
us.
jokes
It
in this
all
one.
ends here!
Of course, man.
Patty,
Mask, man.
are you all right?
Melvin's just taking a break, man.
Die!
The hell you doing?
Shit! No!
That lucky lightning, man.
Stop, goddammit! Get away from her!
Daddy! Mama!
Get out of the way! But the goddess! Lena's plans!
Daddy!
No! Damn it! I was supposed to be the king! I need to stop the fire! Shit!
Fucking
Damn
music.
it.
You can barely hear in the back.
Daddy! Run! I'll die for you.
Patricia?
If Mama and I die, it'll all end, right? I know about the real you. I know that my blood's cursed. So I'm just gonna die. I'm gonna die here with Mama, so it'll all stop. Just please, please run, Daddy. You're a good man, aren't you? Daddy, you saved me?
Patty. Zach, I need you. Give me strength.
Do you have some kind of fucking switch in this one, Zach, here?
Daddy, you saved me?
Debris.
But why? You kept saying you were gonna kill me. You should have let it happen. Daddy! I can't do it!
This old rickety building got some good support, man. Still be up, man.
Are you all right?
Agent York, save my daddy!
Get out of here! York, take my CLG! And run!
No! I can't leave both of you here!
Just go!
No!
Did we
I'm
drop
not
more
leaving.
frames in there, dude?
No! No!
I've sinned. I can't come back to this world. We have to say goodbye here. I'll take your mama with me. It's time for you to start a new life, sweetie. One where you won't be shackled to your destiny.
We just clicked the fucking different pieces and
York,
guess they moved them one by one.
I've confessed my sins. I'm gonna die here. I know this isn't how you wanted things to go down. But she's innocent. My
Thanks,
CLG
Kata.
is pure.
You son
Please.
of a bitch.
Just take her and get out of here.
Oh no, not Melvin.
I'm staying with you.
No.
Oh!
Fuck, he pushed her like half a fucking inch, man.
My daughter's in your hands now. York.
Let's go, Patty.
No! Let me go! Daddy!
Gee, I've been a horrible father. Even before we ever met, I was always heading down the wrong path. But I finally understand it now. I love my family from the bottom of my heart. Both you and your mama.
Look, man, I don't care about Melvin enough at this point in the game.
Me too. I love you with all my heart, Daddy.
He was just kind of a joke guy. We got occasionally. I'm like a fucking 10-minute sacrifice here.
I'm sorry, Candy. Lena, I'm such a failure. I screwed it all up again. Your whole plan's been ruined. I'm sorry. Right up to the end, I could never do anything right. Oh, really? So, it's all okay? Oh, good. Just hold on then. Candy now, right there. The worst father, graced with the sweetest daughter. Life can be a bitch sometimes. But it wasn't all bad.
At least he did the trailer thing at the end, and that was like his whole character. Trailer fucking sizzles. Trying to get some of James's song, man. Where's Javier, dude?
Katrina brought that rain to us.
There he is.
Now, I realized that at the very end, I saw him. But she washed all that away. Every last trace.
The man. The kingpin of crime. If they have a silly VA back, I won't even get a line. Yeah. He is, man. One of the plumbers. So the total time right now is actually like 27 hours. I guess it just somehow counted the hours last night, even though it didn't the other nights when I put it in sleep mode. Well, at least there wasn't a full gameplay level. Could go with not having another one of those. Plumbers. also wear ties.
Oh,
To the music.
I just love
I've been
the
waiting.
look of glistening green grass. You know the green I'm talking about. Moist with sprinkler water, reflecting the radiance.
Is this
of
the fat
sun.
guy
In
talking?
that regard, Louisiana's grass is in a class of its own.
Sounds different.
Just picture it.
Although maybe without his body, it's hard to tell.
Cold beer in one hand, gazing out from your porch onto the garden you're so proud of. This is the life. Doesn't get much better than this. That's how you feel. A well-kept garden and a cold beer, the ultimate combination. They go hand in hand, just like hot dogs and sporting events. But that grass, it's got a bit of a nerve to it. It doesn't matter how many times you cut it down. It'll always keep coming back and turn your eyes away for a bit. And that's when it'll really sprout up. Up until last week, your garden was perfectly pruned and balanced, symmetrical and pristine. But you wake up the next morning, and you can't even stand to look at what it's become.
He doesn't know
That's
the
why
lore.
People work so hard to cut their grass. Like it's some ordeal they've been tasked with by the big man. in the
Francis
sky.
Zach Yorgan is
And it
the
never
original.
ends. Understand me, Zach? If
And
you won't
York.
stop cutting your grass,
It's supposed to be either some kind of paranormal entity, a split personality, or some kind of like angel who like shares the body, and it's the one who actually controls the body until he leaves at the end of Deadly Premonition 1.
big picture, nothing but waste.
Zach is just
You following?
who he was as a kid before the trauma happened.
Be honest, Francis Zach Morgan.
When his parents got killed by the fat man, essentially.
Oh, howdy, Zach. So we meet again. Such a touching reunion. Like a little boy who was given up for adoption, finally reuniting with his true parents. Look, even little Willie here is beside himself with joy.
FK in the coffee. Kason! Ah! It's good.
Oh dear.
Damn it! I'm gonna kill you!
Cinematography here, man. 10 out of 10. And the volume balance like super quiet. Cut to epic music. Cinematography.
Hey, let her go! What the hell's gotten into you?
He sucks if some stage 4 cancer guy can take her out. The smack.
Are you okay?
That should do it. Well, no turning back now. How should we clean this up?
I'm searching the room. This room is pure insanity. But I can't let it shake me. Why did you come here, Aaliyah? Remember the real reason you decided to investigate Morgan's house in the first place. We came here to find a missing girl. Come on, Agent
Check the other
Jones. I
shit
know
first.
you're hiding something.
What are you talking about?
You've been watching him for 4.5 years, haven't you? Can you really stand here and tell me that you never saw a single one of the strange signs I'm picking up on now?
Yeah, I feel like that was probably gonna be like a whole area and a boss. So just cutscenes. Although really, cutscenes are probably just better at the end of the day. Oh, hey, here's the bongos, man.
What signs?
Deadly premonitions, preparations for kidnapping or terrorist activities, sexual depravity, violent tendencies, self-mutilation, or even just contacting a specific person periodically.
Nope, nada. He doesn't fit any of that. You think I'd really ignore something that obvious? I may be a schlub, but I'm still an FBI
Schlub.
agent.
I'm gonna start calling Godo a schlub.
Then why
call all
didn't
of
you
you
do
guys
anything about
schlubs.
this room? Or did you merely choose to ignore his abnormal proclivities?
You want to know what I did? I did my damn job. End of story. I was outside the entire time. How do you expect me to notice a room like this from out there? It's as simple as that. At least it was.
Mama's boy.
Dragged me into this whole mess.
Schlub.
Don't blame me just because your big investigation ended up leading nowhere.
Then tell me the truth. After seeing this room, can you really say that man is in his right mind? He kept this room a total secret from you for over 4.5 years. No normal human is capable of such a feat. Only a true genius. Or a true monster. Can you really guarantee that he won't try anything if we just let him go here?
Well,
Then you need to help me.
Could he just
Find
be
some sort of evidence that we can use to make him reveal what he's
trying
plotting.
to figure out what happened back then, man? He's very sure he's some kind of criminal. I still don't see how he didn't expect anybody to go into this room when he was in the bathroom for a while.
why do you think Jethro here survived?
Why?
I mean, doesn't he look like the kind of guy who'd die first in a horror movie?
He married into the Clarkson family. He didn't possess Clarkson blood, so he had nothing to do with Helena Doman's plan.
The blood purge thing? But if that was all there was to it, then Helena Doman wouldn't have killed anyone but Clarksons, right? Yet a ton of the Clarkson gang members died, along with Sheriff Woods. Doesn't add up.
She did whatever it took to achieve her goals. She'd kill if the plan required it. But killing people outside of the Clarkson family was never a priority.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like he's related to Forrest Kaysen or some bullshit. Kaysen, of course, not really industrial. Of course not.
Her ultimate goal was to cut off the Clarkson bloodline.
So was Forrest, dude. But Forrest just like disappeared at the end of the first one, right? Like he killed him, but he like disappeared, killed, right?
Maybe
Or was
he
his corpse
always
actually
meant
there?
to be an assistant to the goddess of fertility.
What, like a servant?
He was the kind of person who was most in his element when he had someone to serve. Even afterwards, he let Patricia take over the estate, while he became her assistant. As soon as he settled into his role, the townspeople started to respect him.
Well, York stepped on the figurine. I mean, I think the dog had his figurine at the very end at the bridge in his mouth. Or maybe it was just the dog with no figurine.
Now they practically revere him, and he's even earned himself a nickname. One-Armed Danny.
So you think his life played out exactly the way Professor R planned it to go? Talk about tragic.
I was so positive.
We'll go grab some more food here in like 10-15 minutes.
She isn't here. There is something about this room, though. Agent Jones, what do you think?
Me? I'm not as smart as you. Why are you even asking me?
Are you hiding something?
Of course not. Knock it off.
Yeah, I was thinking about his name. I was like, Forrest Kaysen sound like a Simon Jones in any way. Like, I don't really see it.
Me? Hiding something? Ha! That's a
But
good
I could
one.
definitely see him being a part of something here.
Come on. I got nothing to hide.
I thought I would find answers in this room. I thought that Patricia would be here, but I was wrong. This room is only filled with photos of people related to the case and the handiwork of a madman. Feels like I'm wandering through a heavy mist. Why is Morgan showcasing those women's photos? And that bed. The one who took her in after the incident was Daniel Clarkson.
I haven't
Next in
slept
line
that
to
much
succeed the
either.
Clarkson family. He's the one that ended
Energy.
up raising her from that point onward. Isn't fate strange? In the end, two people who were completely unrelated by blood ended up inheriting that house.
Yeah, you could probably assume that's what that is, then, huh?
Yeah, you're right.
It caused Katrina. And she was displaced, this girl here, by Katrina. So how's Simon gonna fit? I mean, how's he gonna tie in somehow magically?
But sometimes I wonder, what is family anyway? Go back far enough, we're all strangers to one another. We're talking countless generations, marriages and birth, you know.
Humans love to deify the rules they create. It's almost like that's been an unwritten law from the very start. If you loved someone from the bottom of your heart,
I think the implication was that he saw Forrest there, but any proof for him being able to remember it clearly was wiped away because Katrina happened right then. So he could never, like, really follow up on it or think about it much or something. I guess. This bowling game has a lot of narrative, it does. The most interactive bowling game this side of the Mississippi.
would you ever be able to marry someone else? Or kill for them?
Whoa, what are we talking about?
I never heard of any kind of motive like that in any other murder case. I just keep feeling like we're being fed a story that he made up in his mind.
Fuck the bowling game.
True.
Fuck it.
Honestly, without having experienced what that's like, I can't really say what I'd do. But I'd never try and force love to happen, if it didn't seem like it was meant to be. There are 3.5 billion women on this planet. There's got to be more than one specific person who anyone can fall deeply in love with, right?
But what if we were talking about pizza, not women?
Pizza?
You just discovered the perfect ultimate pizza, but you aren't allowed to take even a single bite unless you kill someone for the cook.
Have you ever loved someone with all your heart?
What kind of person do you take me for?
No.
That's my line.
Why did Lise have to die first? What is this?
The rat
Oh,
man.
you gotta be kidding me.
This room paints such a bizarre picture, but upon closer look I can see some strange sort of pattern to it all. Was Morgan trying to recreate something with all this? If so, There must be a reason for all of these weird and
Maybe he's trying to
things.
solve a mystery by recreating things. Nah.
Galena Clarkson went to California to become an actress. But things
Couldn't
never
be.
took off for her, so she eventually returned home. Then she murdered her own daughter and ended up like this. Where did she go wrong?
Murdering her own daughter.
She did manage to appear
But
in a few
where?
movies, right?
Not as any characters with actual names, and never with much clothes on.
So that's the only value they saw in her, huh? Sorry, that was insensitive.
It's an everyday occurrence in that world.
Yeah, true enough.
She was also bullied a lot.
Bad decision.
Bullied?
Should have dated
How?
down in Louisiana.
They'd cut up her costumes, her scripts, and even her own clothes, everywhere she went. Then, after 3 years of that, her stylist chopped off a chunk of her hair. By accident.
Are you kidding me?
I did a little investigating on this.
Why is everybody
end-
bullying her?
A self-titled big cheese producer tricked her. She almost ended up going into porn.
Not hard to imagine what would have happened after that.
One witness said that after returning to Le Carré, she refused to use scissors to cut anything.
Okay.
When Helena Doman returned
My
home,
hair.
someone must have let her inside.
You think that was her brother-in-law, Daniel?
I don't know.
Well, alligators did chomp his arm off. He probably had it in for old man PJ too, but... You know, I don't think he had anything to do with this.
Why not?
You're making it out to be more complicated than it really is. That's always the problem with people like you. Too smart for your own good.
Just get to the point.
Professor R marched straight through the front door to the mansion. She arrived right at her destination using the quickest route possible without having to undergo a single security check.
I know. My question is, how was she able to do that?
Because she's family. It doesn't matter if PJ disowned her. He never stopped loving his son. A father would never abandon his child, no matter how much they fail to fulfill his expectation. That's what being a parent is all about. Don't look at me like that. I know. I don't have a son myself.
He doesn't have a family. No lover. Evil.
But I have a father. He's still back in my hometown, managing the printing plant my grandfather started.
Is his name Forrest Kaysen?
He'll be turning 80 soon.
80.
He wanted me to take over the place.
Your
but as
father
you
or the
can see,
grandfather?
I'm out here. But I know how this whole thing works. Even though I haven't seen him in forever, the minute I go home, he'll welcome me with warm, open arms. You sure it's okay to press that?
Won't know until we try.
Hey, it's Woodstock. Look, a peace sign. Love and peace, man.
Simon's such a fucking loser, dude.
Even I can figure out what this is from. It's Jimi Hendrix, Janis Joplin, Grateful Dead, and Led Zeppelin. But I shouldn't have to explain it to a music nut like you, right?
That isn't a peace mark. It's upside down. You don't need to be a music nut to see that.
Who says that's the top part? If you're looking from Lisa's head, this is the top part, making it a big, fat peace mark.
No, this is the ground.
Where's your proof?
The red seeds. Seeds go in the ground, right? That makes this wall the bottom. Lisa's head is clearly at the top. Period. Also, Agent Jones. Led Zeppelin never played at Woodstock.
Damn. Destroyed. Jones, you phony.
What's that?
A hunting trophy. A brown bear. With a dragonfly eye patch.
Why is it smoking a cigar?
Because he's fucking wants a puff.
It's probably supposed to represent Philip J. Clarkson's body.
And the elk is?
Helena Doman.
So that's why it's got such good taste in fashion. And this one is Galena Clarkson?
Why did he want to line up corpses that were killed in different places, all together in a single room? Red seeds? He's representing a human with a hunting trophy made from an animal. I feel like I'm looking at a piece of modern art done in really bad taste.
Sure seems like our friend Daniel here was just destined to
I really
suffer.
got a lot to say
He
about
crossed the
Daniel.
entire continent and married into the Clarkson family, all for the sake of the woman he loved. But then the love of his life became a drug addict and ended up murdering their very own daughter. And she too was murdered as part of her big brother's conspiracy. Finally, in order to prove that he could take responsibility for the family, he gave up his right arm to his father-in-law, who got blown to bits soon afterwards. And to add insult to injury, all the inheritance went to PJ's secret heir. If I had to go through all that, I'm pretty sure I'd go crazy.
I don't know.
What do you mean?
He found someone he loved so much, he moved across the entire continent just to be with her. That's beautiful. It also seems that he was eventually able to make an identity for himself and Luke Carre as well. After I found his daughter's body, I interrogated him for a bit. When I told him we were gonna do an autopsy on her body, he didn't react violently in any way. I remember him looking relieved and tired. Kinda like someone who'd just woken up from a coma.
Base Danny. Oh, Danny boy.
Anna Graham, the first victim of the Greenvale case. Her body was found hanging from a tree like a goddess being worshipped in a sanctuary. Meanwhile, Lise Clarkson was found on the bank of a river in an area that had been fashioned into an altar.
Not too fucking far, man.
The
He was
person who
somewhere I
gruesomely
didn't
ended
know
the life
about.
of that young woman must be brought
Maybe
to
met her in
justice.
California? I doubt it.
I completely agree. They both still had their whole lives ahead of them.
The Le Carre case and the Greenvale case.
I go get some coffee, man, before it's too
According
late.
to my investigation, the one key that links both cases is Francis Zach Morgan.
She
But if
doesn't
we
know
look at
about
the cases
Forrest
from
case.
his point of view, we see one more connection. The red seeds are also present in both cases. I believed that he was the one who brought them to both towns. But maybe...
Unless they're trying to twist her, she's really barking up the wrong tree, man.
He was taught how to rule as a child, never confided in anyone, and married for purely political reasons. Then he prospered so much that he became powerful enough to rule an entire town on his own. But in the end, his own child betrayed him and ended his entire clan in a series of violent deaths. If that was your life, how would you look back on it?
Yeah. Beats me. I wasn't born into a rich family, nor was I ever taught how to rule. And for what it's worth, I've also never knocked up a young ex-actress. But I guess the one thing we can say is that any good life needs balance. Get too hung up on one thing and you lose sight of everything else. And if you betray someone, you'll get betrayed too. If someone thinks they can step all over people and then live out the rest of their life in peace, they're fooling themselves. We always get to see how those people end up in our line of work. In the end, they die horrible deaths. That is why pizza is the only thing I
Fuck
trust.
you, Simon.
Pizza never betrays you.
Till it kills you from the fucking cholesterol and the fat. Alright. Birth me code. What about it? I'm gonna go get some coffee, so I'll be like 5 minutes. Tired. Simon's from Birth Me Code. Was there pizza in Birth Me Code? Fuck Birth Me Code. for the break, fellas. Kind of quiet too. It's just didn't sleep too much, and it's pretty much just raw cutscenes right now. Hopefully, this coffee helps. I keep not sleeping super long here. I'll just get like 5 or 6 hours. But it's not bad sleep, just not long sleep. Okay, let's get this game finished up, baby.
She planned a string of murders all in order to restore the Clarksons to their former glory, right?
Yeah. According to Morgan's story. Matches up with the files, too.
But the only proof of that is the confession she privately gave to Morgan just before she died. Galena Clarkson was also murdered immediately after she confessed. Don't you think it's all a little too convenient?
Well, story-wise, yeah.
And the sacrifices. None of the FBI's official records contain an example of an actual human sacrifice. Aside from the cases that Francis Zach Morgan handled, that is.
There are tons of examples of animal sacrifice, though. And remember the witch hunts back in the Middle Ages?
Meaning?
Meaning, there are always exceptions to the rule. And Morgan alluded to the existence of some sort of journal, right? I think he said he read it in Professor R's lab. If we could find that, maybe this would all become easier to swallow.
The report didn't mention anything about a journal. And if it truly did exist, it surely would have been submitted as evidence. Unless he tried to cover it up on purpose.
How would Simon know?
Or...
Unless the journal never existed in the first place.
Exactly. This case took place in Lucari.
Are we supposed to,
centered around the Clarksons.
for some reason, assume the untrustworthy narration, and they're going to use that in the second game, our first game as well?
Oppressive authority, cross purposes,
Kind of doubt it, but
madness, and love.
be an easy way to try to make this bigger than it actually is, kind of thing, right? Like if you can't have as good a writing, try to do a V3 and put a big gimmicky twist in. To impress people.
But Katrina took the truth along with many innocent lives and buried it all at the bottom of the swamp. But there's one truth that can never be washed away. This all started with the death of a young girl. Why did she believe what Professor R told her? The whole blood purge story. There's no way anyone in their right mind would ever believe that.
You got a point.
No matter how badly all the bullying must have broken her heart. I just find it too hard to believe.
I mean, if you're on drugs.
Don't you?
Yeah, but you shouldn't think too hard about it.
Why not?
FK in the coffee, ma'am. Worst case in...
Human beings don't make sense. We always do things that can't be explained with common logic, especially when it concerns our parents, children, and siblings.
That doesn't satisfy me.
What does? Well, yeah.
No matter how
What does
irrational an
satisfy you?
action may be, I want to know exactly why that person made such an irrational decision. Otherwise, what hope do we have?
You're never going to be in a situation where everything makes perfect sense. Just stop sticking your nose so deeply into everything.
Only Simon, yeah. It fits the narrative. The narrative.
That's my advice, as an old guy who's lived twice as long as you.
Old guy.
You and I are nothing alike.
How old is she? She was a kid. I think she said 7 when Katrina happened. That was in 08. Or was that in 05? I don't remember when Katrina happened. I can't remember when the before this was. Either it was 05 or 08, but 11 or 14 years. She'd be like early 20s then. He'd be like 40s. I think Kaysen was already looking like at the lowest, like mid 30s. I don't know.
You decided to give up on your life and spend the rest of your time on Earth, sitting around and playing Sudoku.
I could see Kaysen's son before Kaysen. Yeah, Kaysen's immortal. Could just be that. He just looks fucking young forever.
Everyone thinks
I
that
need
the
to look at
principal
these
thing to
before I
the
inspect
tree is
them.
the
There's
fruit.
different dialogue, or more dialogue.
But in point of fact, the principal thing to it is the seed.
His dad is 80. Good shape for a guy who lives on pizza? Yeah, really. Or was that his grandfather? That was 80. You mentioned them in the same sentence. Oh, that's true. Kaysen was in like a photo with the granny from the hotel and looked exactly the same. Then why would he change his look here? For the twist, man.
Now I know why Lise Clarkson was murdered first.
This guy said.
Lisa's death was Professor R having second thoughts.
I'm just waiting for them to tie the games together a little harder. Like, yeah, red seeds and all that, and this was like a separate string of murders caused by Kaysen, but what's the big point?
According to Morgan, her plan was to perform parricide
What is
and
happening
filicide,
afterwards? What is
then
filicide?
commit suicide. Those were the 3 deaths necessary to complete the ritual, remember? Which means she technically could have killed Patricia first. That would have been the best way to delay any interference from the Clarksons themselves. The reason she didn't kill Patricia first is because Lena was actually following a different plan inside her own mind. Or perhaps she merely changed her plan as she followed through with it. At some point, new emotions started to take root within her. She had second thoughts about something. And in order to shake those off, she used Galena to kill Lise first, in order to cut off any possible escape.
Kaysen, he partook in the red seeds for sure, right? Yeah, right before the boss fight, didn't he just have like a shitload? Maybe he's just like always juiced up on red seeds, man.
But that only made her plan move ahead quicker than she could have ever imagined, which forced her to rush right up to the end with those misgivings.
Maybe he's got
always in
like
the
a
back of her
Wesker
mind.
resistance, man. No, George did, but I thought Kaysen did too. Or maybe it was just George.
Huh?
It was so
Wait,
close to the
hold
same
on.
fight.
Yeah, you lost me. What are you talking about?
In other words, at some point, Helena Doman decided that she wanted to make Patricia the next heir. The blood purge wasn't for the goddess of fertility. It was for their daughter, Patricia.
Wait, are you saying Helena knew from the start that Sheriff Woods would die with Candy?
Yeah, Mule. That's the thing, man. It's hard to fucking tell in this. Especially now that they're making it even more wacky on the paranormal side of things. Like, you could sort of write off some of the paranormal stuff if you just believe the gameplay is all in their mind or some shit in the first one, but this one makes it like full force. For sure. He's still turned into a Super Saiyan though.
That's the only
I
explanation.
don't know if we were
can think
supposed to
of.
believe that actually happened or if that was just some kind of weird, twisted
Huh.
mental
Remember,
state thing.
this is only assuming
So when he
that
gets hit by
everything Morgan
lightning, he's
told
not a
us was
Super
true.
Saiyan anymore. Yeah, George was just easy to manipulate by Forrest. Yeah, the divinity thing might not matter. Oh, is that supposed to be how it works? Is Willie's the true mastermind?
Until I can trust that man, this is all nothing more than conjecture.
Oh man. Is this what happens when you watch the full lore playthroughs? I don't remember any of that. Maybe the signs are there, man.
Considering how insane this all is, it sounds perfectly believable to me.
I really hope they don't pull the everything is actually Morgan card. Just because you can conveniently make it so that he's the only one who knows about any of the shit. I can see where she's coming from, but that'd be kind of boring. That'd be a way to like semi-retcon or try to work in the first game somehow. Make your sequel more relevant.
Francis Zach Morgan.
Hungan.
Remember me? Oh, cat got your tongue. Understood. You know why I'm here, don't you? Surely you must know what this means. To commemorate our reunion, allow me to give you another
okay.
The
Interesting.
contract, once signed, will last for eternity. But only in the presence of true love. Did you hear that? Good. It's been a while since I felt this. You know, there's hardly anyone in this era who can see me like you can. And they've been dropping like flies since you first came to see me. Breaks my heart. We don't have much time. Do you have any questions for me? Excellent. You pass. You haven't changed, Francis Zach Morgan. But that question isn't for me to answer. Go and see it with your
Who the hell is
own
Hungan,
eyes.
man? So we're just supposed to take it as
Time's
what it
up.
is, just another worldly force, man.
We'll have to finish this during our next reunion.
Sended Melvin. It's gonna be Simon, dude. He's gonna take off a mask. I could see Ascended Melvin, but they did give Melvin that like 10-hour.
Agent Jones, what is this referring to?
Avery Smith kidnapped Patricia Clarkson and escaped.
Oh.
Avery Smith? The vault manager?
Yeah, they did give him that huge fucking 10-minute spiel at the end.
Why would he kidnap
Maybe he'd
Patricia?
be more important than he seems.
Tell me what's going on right now.
Well,
Answer me, Jones.
I made a deal with Morgan back when he took me to the bathroom.
What? What?
Morgan said something to me. If we want to
Where
find
did the fairy
Patricia,
come from?
we need to look at Avery Smith.
Have you lost your mind?
What he said made sense. Ever since 2005, Avery's been working deep inside that cold storage warehouse. He was also arrested in the past for getting too friendly with Lise Clarkson. And after Katrina, he apparently worked on renovating the warehouse for free. What if that allowed him to freely modify the warehouse as he pleased? That would explain why her body remained missing for 14 whole years.
I mean, if it's just Avery, wasn't Avery the first person they mentioned being the bad guy many times throughout the whole thing? And then they're just like, oh no. Is there like something else to it? Or is he just like a pawn?
Then I did a little
It's not
check
really like a
and
twist.
found out that he never went back to work after Christmas vacation ended.
Maybe he's just
So
doing
what?
something else.
Why would you trust him?
I don't. I just decided it was worth investigating, that's all. So, I sent 2 agents to Avery's house without telling anyone. I just called in a favor from an old friend in the New Orleans branch.
No one gave you clearance for that. You think you can just...
But what if Morgan's telling the truth? If he is, we're both gonna look like total clowns. Clowns who went barging into a former agent's house on completely unfounded suspicions. HQ will have a field day with us. They'll string us up as the 2 dumbest agents to have ever graced the field. I just wanted to take some precautions. And besides, if he is lying, it's still no skin off our backs, right? If things work out, we'll end up solving a difficult case that's been driving everyone crazy. Imagine that, you and me, just the 2 of us, solving a case like this. I'll be able to jump ship on this crappy job, and you'll be able to freely investigate all things San Rouge, just like you've always wanted. Besides, you know that Morgan is Director Abraham's favorite. Even if we get into some sort of trouble, if Morgan testifies to Abrahams for us, we'll totally be...
What was the name of the Twin Peaks director? Like the FBI director? I know he was played by the man himself, man, by Lynch, but I remember his actual name.
I don't care. This isn't the way things are supposed
Cooper
to be
was
done.
his favorite too, wasn't he? That's not like a big deal.
Well, I'm sorry, but I had no other choice. You were so engrossed in this, and come on, you know how I am. Besides, saving the hostage should take priority above all else. There's no time for squabbling. We need to find Avery Smith no matter what it takes.
But...
well...
Thanks to your heroic maneuvers, we just lost our suspect.
I know, but...
I know how to find him. I should be able to see the other world, the way I am now. Just let me go, please.
Morgan?
It's okay, my fairy. I know I can convince them. I found the first one last autumn, a dead rat with a bud coming up out of its stomach, just like this one. A rat ate a red seed, died, and the bud sprouted. Honestly, it shocked me. Up until this point, I'd only ever seen red seeds, saplings, and big trees, so I decided to grow one of my own.
What are you talking about?
I needed to solve the mystery of the red trees. Why do they exist? But all of my sprouts died without ever growing the tiniest bit. Forget about a big tree. I couldn't even grow a single sap.
Doesn't have the red thumb, and...
So you kept experimenting.
2 days after the seed enters a rat, it takes the rat's life.
No kickflips,
On
man.
the 3rd day, a bud sprouts up. Then
This is the
grows
future
to that
skateboarding's
size and
dad.
5 more.
The only thing on the horizon is the Tony Hawk remake.
I tested this on 137 corpses.
In only a few months?
But I was never able to grow a bud any larger than this size.
How did he get all the rats?
I still remember what he told me. Apparently, there's a special trick to making these grow.
You're totally insane.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I don't have much time left. I'm pretty sure that's why I can see the other world now. I'd lost that sense ever since the Greenvale incident, but it's back now. Please, will you just trust me? Come on, Simon. You'll trust me, won't you?
What?
No, Agent Jones. Remember the warning I gave you at the very beginning? You can't let him take control of the conversation.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Please, Aaliyah Davis, let me go.
Why doesn't he just explain what's
This
going
is
on?
our
here?
case to finish.
No, you aren't an agent anymore.
But you don't know how to find him. Neither of you ever could.
Oh, I'll find him. I swear on my pride as an active agent that I won't give up until I do.
That won't get you anywhere. It's beyond you.
Shut up! You think we can't find him, but you can. Just how stupid do you think we are?
Pretty stupid.
If you want us to believe you, then it's about time you showed us some proof.
Hey, Belle. Your hypothesis was pretty much on the mark. Last week, I went back to Lucare. Then I bought a used car and got on a train in Trenton. But not for the reason you think. I wasn't stalking Patricia. And I'd never try to kidnap her.
Then why would you go there? Why would you risk so much, especially since you knew that you were under surveillance?
Because, once again, I'm chasing Sang Rouge.
Sang Rouge?
Even after I quit the FBI, I continued to study the red trees on my own. And now, I've come to the conclusion that those red seeds and Sang Rouge both come from the same roots.
No shit. I figured that was already.
I also found proof that someone's inherited the original recipe. That's why I flew to Lucare, to confirm my suspicions. But I was more powerless than I ever could have imagined. I couldn't move like I used to. No badge, no gun. So, after wandering aimlessly around town, I swallowed down my torment and my weakness and left.
You expect me to believe that?
I know you've got it in you.
Yeah, dude, what the hell? The 10 skateboard stat, man. You could have at least just rode it like a longboard.
What's that supposed to mean?
You found Lise Clarkson's body. The one thing I never did. And only a few days after discovering the body, you came to visit me. You should be fully capable of discerning that what I'm telling you is the truth.
Talking much about oneself can also be a means to conceal oneself. You can't trick me.
Oh, she's just stubborn as fuck, dude. Believes her little deal a little too hard here.
You said that she was the mastermind behind the tragedies in Lucare, that her convictions about the Clarkson bloodline are what started it all.
Yes, that's right.
She instigated her younger sister into killing her own niece. Then she committed suicide immediately after killing her father, hoping that Sheriff Woods would be able to complete her plan. How could one call such an unpredictable series of events a plan? And as we saw, Sheriff Woods chose a fate that was completely different from what she envisioned.
No, he didn't. In the end, things went exactly as she planned.
What do you mean?
At a certain point, she realized that her plan was wrong, so she tried to adjust things, using me as a pawn. But then, the unexpected happened. She and I both underestimated what Avery was capable of. That's why I'm here right now trying to convince you, in order to save Patricia's life.
If your story is true, then why did Avery Smith kidnap Patricia?
Patricia resembles Lise. I even got them confused once. And Lise reported being stalked by a 10-foot man.
That's Avery Smith?
Exactly.
But he's only 6'7" at best. His physical characteristics don't match the person you're talking about.
6'7" versus 6'8".
I once concluded the very same thing, but now I know. That was definitely Avery. He protected Lisa's body for the past 14 years.
Avery on fucking Red Seas.
Until you discovered his sleeping beauty.
So after losing Lisa's body, he kidnapped Patricia as a replacement?
That'd explain why he keeps it in such perfect condition.
That's ridiculous. Is that really what you think happened? Even if Avery did possess that sort of mentality, it doesn't make sense. If Lise was really that important to him, he would have tried to steal her back.
Maybe he wanted a live specimen.
Not now, maybe. But certainly after she was buried.
Would you be able to go on worshipping a goddess who had been defiled by so many hands? That ice was a barrier, a shield that separated the divine from our world.
She's not very smart, man. The
What is
drum,
this
dude.
drum? Please don't tell me it was a tool they planned to use for the blood purge.
Sharp eyes as usual, Belle. No. It was part of an even darker ritual. I can't
Shitty
even
fetch
bring myself
quest.
to say its name. It was far more important to our case. And far more horrible, if you can believe it.
What?
No, that's just a drum.
Good time for jokes, dude. Best.
A drum made from 3 empty cans, animal skins, and a fragrant pressed flower.
Like I said, what is it?
Maybe it's a souvenir?
What? You expect me to believe that?
And she doesn't like believing much of anything. What a dumbass, man.
When I first met PJ
Anything's
Clarkson,
possible except apparently
how did
everything.
I feel? I just thought, oh, so this is what it feels like to be in the presence of a truly powerful person. He had a very unique aura, as if he had surpassed the realm of good and evil. It's the kind of feeling you get when you come face to face with a legendary actor or an influential politician. So I was also able to sense the deep darkness that trailed behind him. The brighter the light, the darker the shadow. The more he shined, the more the people around him had to squint to shut out the light. The heat was just so intense that it forced people to shut up their hearts in order to keep from burning up. But Patricia was different. She greeted travelers with a warm embrace, like the real sun. I'm going to save her, even if I need to walk through a bullet to get there.
Still don't know what the
You
fairy's
said that
about.
someone inherited the Sang Rouge recipe, didn't you?
I don't think that was at the end of the first one.
Is that someone Avery Smith?
It has to be. Avery used to help Professor R do research in secret.
What? Well, that wasn't in the report.
I only realized it just now, the moment I spilled my coffee on the floor. Avery revealed that he was helping with some sort of research. But at the time, I let his confession go in one ear and out the other. Now that I look back on it, I realize it was solid proof that he was helping her produce Sang Rouge.
She kind of has a Titania thing going on. Yeah. Dude, Titania's low tier. You gotta do the special Nocturne one. Where if you still have a demon that's tied to the original Pixie, like you fused it up and then you talk to, I think, an NPC in one of the Culpas or whatever, it turns into like some super jacked Pixie or whatever. God Pixie.
What makes you think that?
Titania's small time.
He had free access to
But it
the
does look like
deepest parts
Titania.
of the cold storage warehouse.
Now I really want to play SMT.
Oh. Wait.
God.
Meaning...
Sang Rouge needs to be produced in an extremely cold environment.
Exactly. Aaliyah Davis. You already considered this possibility, didn't you? That's why you investigated the cold storage warehouse as soon as you got to Lucare, in order to locate where Sang Rouge was being made. Then, you came across Lisa's body by pure chance.
Who do you think benefited most from the Greenvale case?
Forest case.
No one benefited from it.
I mean, Stewart's like the only one I could see. Maybe he did because he had some closure. I mean, everybody else died. I don't think like anybody hardly lived from the Greenville case.
Many lives were lost. That's all.
You really believe that?
Everyone who survived was overcome with sadness.
Naked Cowboy, Javier
Scarred
Johnson.
for life.
He likes playing jazz. He works at the bar, and he believes in his pure white briefs with all of his being. And he's a free American, dude. Yeah.
Without exception?
We didn't get to do all of his quests. I skipped one of them because I was just done with the side quest, but he's pretty much just a gimmick guy.
Without exception. Isn't that right, my fairy?
I feel like you're the one person who benefited from the case. You were able to add a new chapter to your stunning career and earned unshakable trust from the chief.
Other ways to gain, baby, instead of trying to fucking... Why would he want fame so badly he would destroy almost the entire town?
That's what allows you to go on using his intel network as you please, even though you're retired.
Are you seriously suggesting that? Sickness is destroying my body. I feel like I'm on the verge of losing my mind, yet somehow I'm unable to forget the cases connected to those seeds, whittling down what's left of my life, chasing them. You really think I'm doing all this for nothing but self-interest? Is that really what you're saying?
Fucking slam jam, dude.
Melvin wasn't the Fool King.
What?
Many different characters pop up in Lena's journal, and I mistook one of them for someone else.
What are you talking about?
After Simon hit me and I fainted, I had a dream. Now I'm convinced I'm the Fool King. The Fool King was always meant to be an outsider who suddenly arrived in Lucare. And the man she felt a need to eliminate wasn't me, but Avery. Lena realized her plan was on the verge of falling apart. She also guessed...
What do you guys think? How much
Patricia
money we're
from
gonna
Melvin.
have a gameplay section with Avery? I'm like 90%. Or if it's not Avery, there's gotta be like... I'm 90% there's gonna be another big gameplay, at least boss fight.
The one worry that remained in her heart was leaving Patricia behind.
I don't see this
and how her
game
life would
ending
play
on
out
just a
from that point
cutscene.
on.
Simon boss fight, dude? Or he's hucking like pizzas like Destructo discs, man.
Especially since she would be left behind with Avery, a large, childlike man who's beyond anyone's control. She wrote that journal entry hoping that I, the Fool King, would be capable of stopping Avery, and she wrote it in a specific way in order to try and rouse me to action. Lena and Melvin both entrusted me with their daughter.
Bakes in a deep dish. You're about to get deep dished.
So please, just let me go. It's my duty to protect her.
Supreme York Morgan.
I understand what you're trying to say.
The York is fucking
But
raw.
it's too perfect. It's too perfect, just like that report of yours.
Too perfect.
How could you come to such a detailed conclusion after spending years shut up in this room?
That's all he ever thought
It
about.
doesn't make sense. The only possible explanation is that you're bending the narrative in the direction you want it to go.
Why do you think I left the field for 2 years after Greenvale? That case cost me not only my best friend, but also my special talent. I never thought I'd lose something like that. But ever since then, I've been unable to solve cases using that method.
Metaphysical offender profiling.
I tried everything I could think of to regain my lost talent, but it never came back to me. That's why I quit working for the FBI, and without anywhere else to go, I simply spent my days seeking truth, searching for an answer I'd never find. So time continued to cruelly pass me by, until finally a disease started eating away at my body. I thought it was all over for me. But about half a year ago, I finally reached my conclusion. Everything started with the red seeds. He and I encountered these seeds long before we reached Greenvale, under the seething, mind-melting sun of Louisiana.
Yeah, really. DP1 ends what? They say, hey, heard there's a new case going down in New Orleans. Let's go, pal. And this one's just like super grim.
Then, for some reason, in the beginning of December, I finally regained my talent.
What was with that, too? It was like, there's something going on in New Orleans, and that was after DP1. Was that just kind of like pseudo-retcon, man? And they had to just be beforehand? Because, I mean, it said he quit the force, so...
And instantly, I could see the other world again. Get it? Through allowing the cancer cells to ravage my body, I regained the power to travel to the other side. This is the only answer, Aaliyah Davis. Truth is a surprise, born from coincidence and an unknown power.
I don't think she's gonna believe in the paranormal, my dude.
I made a promise with Melvin.
It was in the diner when he walks in after coming back after a bit. Yeah, it was in the director's cut. And then he sees all of them in the diner, and then York's like, hey man. Like, is the director's cut just not canon at all? That would make more sense in the continuity. Because in the director's cut, he's like an old man with a granddaughter. I don't know if he's coming back, unless that means he's coming back from the stage 4 cancer here. Then the director's cut doesn't make any sense.
He entrusted me with Patricia, all he had left.
And he's older than this, too.
But immediately after you solved the case, you sent her to the Clarksons.
Like, would he
and
really
left
just
town.
make a director's cut and then just retcon him? And I guess he could.
Isn't that right? You let go of her a long time ago, so you have no right to step back into the picture now.
That was the wrong thing to do. I was young, but now I have the chance to right my wrong.
You can't be serious.
Is that all she says?
You can barely stand up.
Hey, Aaliyah!
I know, Agent Jones. I know I'm stepping over the line here. I just want to make it clear that we can't trust a word of what he says.
He's really gung-ho about that.
She was the first perpetrator in the case. And technically, she was also the first victim. Maybe... well, it's impossible to ask her now, but...
Yeah.
Maybe she really did love her daughter with all her heart.
But isn't she supposed to be somewhat open-minded? Like, he's spitting some real game here, and she's just like, I'm good. And they also came under some really, like, wacky suspicions. And they went into his room without his permission and stuff. I mean, that doesn't excuse him, like, choking her, but... She didn't seem like she was that stubborn.
And
Maybe
so,
she is.
she was afraid. Afraid of what would happen if her daughter did end up inheriting the Clarkson estate. It was fear, or something like it. That's what lit the red tree inside.
That's still no reason to kill someone, especially not your own daughter.
I know. Of course I know that. And I'm sure that deep down, she did too.
2 bizarre cases derailed your life. It must have been extremely painful. You have my deepest condolences, but that doesn't put you in the clear. You're still a suspect.
A suspect? For what? Patricia isn't here.
The murders of Sheriff Melvin Woods and Candy Woods. Their bodies were never recovered. Katrina carried them away, along with many other lives. Aside from that report you wrote, there's nothing that proves your innocence.
Hey, let's not jump to conclusions here.
Oh, I'm not. I also suspect there's a possibility that he murdered individuals connected to other cases that he's worked on. The Greenvale report bears the same inconsistencies as this one, and both cases are filled with victims whose deaths were never witnessed.
Stop. Don't say another word. If you so much as mention her name.
If I mention it, then what?
You will pay.
I imagine he's talking about the Naomi Watts joke.
Special Agent Aaliyah Davis. You're exceptionally talented, I admit it. You found Lisa's body, then discovered the red seeds all on your own. You even noticed that there was someone else in this room. You've got amazing intuition. You're a hunter with an extremely keen sense of smell, but you still can't perceive the other world the way you are now. That's all there is to it. Simon, look inside that trash can.
Huh? The trash can?
It's right behind you. Then you'll know for sure that I'm telling the truth. We told you not to touch the sanctuary!
What is this?
He sent the tip. Oh, FK, man. Forrest Kaysen. Why didn't I catch that before? I think I forgot Forrest Kaysen's name when that tip got mentioned earlier. Until we started talking about it so much, I didn't think about it. Still relax, man. They only talked about the tip for like a minute.
What is it, Agent Jones?
Well, then it wouldn't be him, right? Unless, why would he be Forrest Kaysen?
FK.
And the coffee.
Holy crap. Huh.
Contact a local agent and have them investigate Avery Smith's home. There are still agents investigating the Lucare area, right?
Like how Simon's the only man he can trust here.
Trust me. That's where Patricia Clarkson is.
Trust you? Where's your proof?
Ask Aaliyah Davis. Ask her about the name of the person who tipped her off.
What do you mean?
You're from Chicago, and you love pizza, right? Especially deep dish pizza, smothered in cheese.
What does this have to do with pizza?
Is that what a Chicagoan is like, man?
Just
any
ask
Chicago people in here? Is everybody just like Simon?
And ask her why she decided to take this case in the first place.
Got some kind of part of their brain that just can't get deep dish pizzas. A love for deep dish pizzas raised from.
Pizza will never betray you. So you need to trust it, too.
The pizza, dude. It's like our dude's coffee, man.
But how could you have known that I would come here with her?
I didn't. I just bet on you.
God damn it.
Hey! Tell me what's going on right now, Agent Jones.
Thank you, my fairy. Car key, Simon.
Let me go.
Don't worry. Just trust in the pizza. I'm the anonymous tipper. FK.
It's on the corner of 3rd Street. 69 Pontiac GTO.
You've got excellent taste.
Got excellent taste.
Lend me your gun, too.
Agent Jones! Don't you see what you're doing here? This is a severe obstruction of justice. You're violating the FBI code.
Yeah, Aaliyah, I know, but pizza will never betray me.
Pizza?
Tell Abrahams to prepare a private jet for me at the airport. I know Robert won't turn his back on me.
Wait, Morgan, are you serious? The chief would never lend out a private jet to a civilian like,
I have to leave you for a bit, my fairy. They'll be fine. They'll figure it all out.
I'm so fired. Yeah, Simon, he'll just be the scapegoat for the whole thing. Yeah, just mind fuck
Can you hear
them.
me? I'm going to go finish the job you started. That makes us even, okay? York, she really is a genius agent. She's probably going to end up being an even better agent than we were. She just needs more
I
experience.
don't fully get
under
it
her
either
belt.
fast though.
She's still only pursuing the world she can see with her naked eye. She needs to experience more frustration. She needs to strengthen herself.
Did he pull him into the bathroom there at a separate point?
On the other hand,
Is that how it's
Simon's much smarter than he looks. No wonder he was able to go on watching us for 4.5 years. All that struggling under the surface paid off in the end. Do you want to know why he decided to start trusting me?
Oh, here we go.
It's all because of the name I used to send the tip to the FBI. It's the name of that pizza parlor, the Chicago-style place with those trademarked crimson boxes. Franklin's Kitchen. FK. Yet again. They've got the best
FK
deep
and the
dish
pizza.
in the area. Both Simon and I love that place.
Okay.
That's why I told him.
That's why I trusted the
Will
pizza.
never betray you.
'Cause FK was the pizza place. And he really likes pizza. I guess that just proves if you talk to Simon about FK being the pizza place and he knows about pizza and then you said that he was the tip guy, that would make you seem more trustworthy. Yeah, he's fired, man. Somebody needs to be the scapegoat. Damn, dude, my man's got a sick, like, bomber trench coat thing going on. Whatever the fuck this is.
York, it's almost time. Let's finish this. I'll be there soon. Watch my back, will you? This is going to be my final battle.
I'm waiting
So
for
I'm
our
this far
dude
gone,
to just have cancer completely eradicated from his body by the end of this.
Unlike 14 years ago, I feel more at home in this world now.
Still got our rubber bullets. Our fucking fuck 14 years later. My donut's still good. His fairy kind of looked like Emily, but we never really got to see exactly. Did Simon hold her there for 5 hours because they'd get him in like 30 minutes in that car and she made a phone call? Well, if he called Abrams, then that means the FBI are like sanctioning this essentially. So there might not be that much you can really do about it. She might follow though, we'll see. I wouldn't be surprised if she shows up at the end. They didn't explain the ferry or the sanctuaries yet. They might. Just nothing yet. Time for gameplay, boys. For a dude on death's door, he can still haul a lot of ass, man. I mean, he said he doesn't even have otherworld power. I know it's like the same tile set and stuff. We're like in a fucking cold storage warehouse. They couldn't like slightly change it, right? Fucking hell, dude. I think Patricia's voice actor does these. Yeah, I can't use a skateboard indoors. Probably not. I love that the fucking frames just skip. Why not? You punch fucking boxes, dude. Too violent to watch. I don't know why I'm bothering picking this shit up. Usually you have to do full clears if it's like the last level, so... Killer is dead arm. So he's just getting ready for his Suda 51 collaboration project. Figured he might as well start stealing some shit. Long live the new Flash. Oh, we need to do that Suda week. I'm feeling up to it. Well, we dropped some more frames in there somewhere, but nothing too crazy. The clouds were slightly dark today. That must have been just enough to destroy the internet. I love Cox internet, man. That would be probably the biggest reason I'd want to fucking get another place, man. I hate this internet. Why the hell can't I whip out my gun, dude? I'm like holding it down if nothing happens. TP3? Yeah, they're gonna tie it in, dude. Zach's gonna get silver eyes or whatever. He has heterochromia. Yeah. He's pretty much already there. That ass though, man. Covers the case of Florida Man. I think the biggest problem with both of these games, not a big problem, but how it would ever tie into like a bigger chronology, whatever the fuck you want to call it, is that each game has a lot to personally do with Zach and his history. I think one where it's just York and Zach just doing a thing would be fine, if it meant that I didn't have to tie it in with the rest of the shit. Just like a strong mystery, but I feel like the stakes are always, the scale and the stakes are so big in these first two, it's like, I don't know how a third one would really work. It was just separate, but it'd still be cool. Florida Man, yeah. It'd be like fucking, BMEC. It's gonna try to make the Florida Man somehow super relevant. It's gonna be like Cool S. Florida man. Well, now we're in the place. You guys think this game will leave off for another one? Or you think it'll cleanly wrap it up? I feel like the way things are going, it'll wrap it up. Unless my man gets his cancer completely removed from his body somehow. Or Leah Davis will start seeing stuff. But you don't want a game with the Leah Davis. She's cool enough, but she's a pretty straight-laced thing, right? Like, Deadly Premonition is York and Zach. Fuck the boxes. With that ass. Fuck that too. Yeah, she's not huge. She's humorless, and it's just like, what could they really do with her? Like, if she just have paranormal, like, investigation powers, they'd have to give her, like, a side person, or give her, like, another wacky personality. She's very serious. Too stiff.
Wow.
Let's see. Who knows how this will end? I would not be surprised if somehow his cancer was just like fucking removed from his body somehow. Assuming that the director's cut is actually canon. If it's not canon, then yeah, who knows? So was the FK thing just supposed to be essentially a red herring? It was actually a pizza place and not Forrest Cason? Or are they like low-key trying to make it so that our dude is like Forrest Cason somehow? We'll talk and David Young in a pizza place, talking about old cases. Gradually realize certain ones are connected, they go last century being a stop Cthulhu or something, yeah. Fucking Francis Shark Morgan's Bizarre Adventure. Be like a world romp into different paranormal stories like Bigfoot and unidentified other bullshit.
Curse.
Yeah, it definitely sounds like Patricia's voice actor. I kind of never fully says like voice or whatever. It's just like fuck. Even when I use lever. Those are the only ones who ever hit you if you let them. Oh, void. There you go. Now you gotta hear the whole thing. I need like an X-Files crossover. Deadly Premonition, X, Silvercase, X-Files. It's Raincoat Man? No, dude. There really wasn't, I think that's one of the things with this story that's kind of missing, is there wasn't like that kind of mastermind Raincoat Killer type of thing going on. Like, I didn't want to be chased by Raincoat Man in the gameplay sections, but who killed who is always kind of like changing. And while in the first game there's a bunch of different people who are the mastermind, sort of, There was always the threat of like a singular one, and that was only revealed to be more later. This one kind of just jumps around. Oh, Guardian, that's what it's like when games are shit gameplay. It's just bad gameplay. It just doesn't make sense. It's easy, but you get a shitload of customization tools to try to overcome challenges that just don't exist. It's better gameplay than the first one, but yeah, it's nothing. Void. Trigger me timbers. Like, I mean, that's... And you have, like, millions of healing items. There's just, like, really no fucking, like... I don't know. There's truly just no... The gameplay is just flawed in a bunch of ways. I mean, the FPS makes this hard sometimes. The accuracy being this big without additions. The additions to your gun and upgrades being a total slog to upgrade, even when you do most of the side content. It just... Everything's supposed to work together, but because of that, and there being so many pieces of that puzzle failing, it just... The whole fucking thing just breaks and it's not fun. You starve to death? What is my hunger at? He's just full. I doubt it. I bet they just make it so he doesn't drop. They probably just make it... I mean, he can't drop sleep because they'd probably just freeze time like in the normal game. I wouldn't be surprised if they just don't affect hunger, because I had to have my hunger drop by now. I think combat lowered it quicker for some reason. Nice, dude. There's your challenge, guys. Straight have to drop bitches on top of you, man. 2 tons of fucking pussy and ass just right on top of you, man. Surprised there hasn't been a fist fight boss. You know? Like they got fist fighting in this. You'd think that like in some weak attempt to try to diversify like the gameplay, they'd have like a boss where you just fist fight. Or to make it look like Kina or something. I thought with Melvin it would be a fist fight because he said Mr. Alligator didn't work. And there was no gameplay. Maybe they'll have the final fight be a fist fight, dude. More likely it'll be something like Forest Cason, where it's just some crazy larger than life madhouse. The last 2 bosses have been pretty dog shit. And piss easy. I mean, you just spam shots at them. I don't even have like a fully powered up gun. I think having the guns be this inaccurate too is not really good for the gameplay. Because in any modicum of like skill based anything, it's just like, I don't know, having to rely on RNG to like place your shots while a stalker or something is just like annoying as fuck. Let me upgrade other stuff, but having your accuracy be that big is annoying. Like, your shots do go towards the center sometimes, it just seems like it is kind of, it's picky and choosy. But once you start actually blasting, it's just kind of everywhere. That was the end of the first one though, Goto. They'd have to do it again. I could see them doing it again. Fuck it. Giant Stay Puft fucking horse casing again. There was Toad casing and Stay Puft casing in the first one, right? I don't know if casing had any other forms. A micron bigger, yeah. He's like 1 pixel bigger. Also, money's pointless in this. They have so many upgrade materials you need to farm, and instead of maybe getting rid of some of those and allocating some of it more to just money, which makes, you know, easier rewards to be created for side quests, they just make money useless. Everything's cheap to buy. They should have at least made expansions. I think this would be a great way to improve it. Instead of expansions costing upgrade points, they just cost money, and larger amounts of money. And then that means that all of the little things you get from the side quest, all the like free dolls and necklaces, you could still equip, but you just can't really upgrade much unless you want to grind the mats. But having the expansions also cost materials means you're not going to equip any of the freebies you got hardly. And on top of that, what's up, son? And on top of that, you're never going to fucking upgrade the ones you got. And you never get to really have much diverse gameplay options because there's just not many slots. Like, I use 2 different types of gun, but one only has long range, the other's just power. And there's no reason to use anything other than just power. Long range is I only use so I can shoot UFOs. Like, I can get double the power right now. I'm just like, how you doing tonight, though, Sim? Made it just in time for the finale. The spooky tree. They didn't even show the tree in the Clarkson thing when Willie was taking us around everywhere. Doing alright? Good. That is good to hear. You're doing better than Zach here.
I can feel it, York. There's something in this room. What do you say we gather up some puzzle pieces for old time's sake?
That's a big pair of tits. The alligator head. Where is it? This is a headless gator. I don't know, huh? Ngoto's gator head is just a red herring, man. He's an unemployed hermit. It's just like Twin Peaks, he's just kind of like calling nobody. Oh, he was calling, I think. What would it be then? Maybe he's just leaving a voice message to his own phone, you know, he's like calling his cell phone and then just leaving a voice message. Got $10,000 today. Jesus, Avery. Hunchback of fucking the car, man.
So it really was you, Avery. I finally found the 10-foot-tall giant. Lena once said that the red soul could enhance people's unique characteristics.
His unique characteristic? Big.
In your case, it must have enhanced your physical characteristics. Personally, though, I don't think enhance is the right word here. This is simply a physical mutation caused by a drug overdose.
I don't think there's gonna be much dialogue. Oh. He doesn't really speak good and she ain't speaking back.
Pretty, please. Bye, please. Why?
Are they all gonna be like this, dude? Jesus Christ. Get this man an Oscar. He's still going, dude. Alright, we good?
An artificial heart-lung machine. And this tank's filled with some sort of liquid. If it isn't frozen at this temperature, it must be a non-freezing liquid. What was he using this for? It couldn't be cryonics. Did he replace Lisa's bodily fluids with this stuff?
He can bring her back. He has the technology.
Absolutely insane.
The juice. The juice.
Juice.
Juice. Juice.
It came from that powder. Yup. Gave me strength. I'll put it in Lisa's body. Yup. So Lisa stay pretty forever.
What is this? Oh, you got the clip?
I'll make Lisa pretty. Yup. I'll spread her out all
Where is it in here?
and protect her.
Oh, in the back there, yeah, it's slightly rolling into the back at the very end. Jesus. Dude, it made it out, man. That's where it went. The true mastermind as he slowly slips away outside the frame.
The first victim of the Lucari case.
He's powered by Son Rouge, man.
I never thought she'd remain trapped in ice for 14 whole years. Hey, York, why didn't we work harder to find her? I regret it from the bottom of my heart now.
Lisa, so pretty. I'll protect you forever. Yup. Lisa smiled. She's smiling at me. Yup.
The VA for this is godly, man.
Lisa's smiling. She's smiling. No one ever comes here. Yup.
Yup.
I can hide Lisa here. This is for your sake, Lisa, so I can protect you. Yup.
How is he smart enough to even make the drug, though? He seems totally fucked. I mean, it's because he's hopped up on drugs right now, but he wasn't super smart when he was normal either.
Avery trapped Lise here in that massive block of ice. He made his own personal altar that no one would ever find. And that liquid must be the solution that Sang Rouge is made from. He used that to keep her body from decomposing. Oh, red seeds. I knew it, York. Our battle began the moment we first visited this town.
How is there so many red seeds?
A trail of seeds.
Is it just the tree just drops this many seeds, man? Have we ever even seen what just truly drops this many seeds and everything?
One of the key ingredients to Cajun cuisine. Utterly wasted. I should have taken a couple of boxes home with me when I first came here. What are, or are they shrimp legs?
Oops.
Not that it matters. We need to find Patricia.
Want to hear some punished
This is
Zach
beyond
lines?
freezer burn. The meat's all shriveled up. Forgotten gator bones. All the way down here, Katrina still found a way to make her mark. A giant bathtub? No. This is a container for unloading crawfish. He must have used this to freeze Lisa's body in ice. Why didn't I figure this out sooner?
The lore.
Were these frozen oysters? Hard to tell now. After the hurricane, no one entered this warehouse for a long time. The Holy Trinity paste. Somehow this lone box is completely undamaged.
The dog shit
Is
paste.
there divine power at play here? Somehow I doubt it. I've had enough of those fairy tales. The seeds lead this way. This is where the final secret is hidden.
The final secret.
I know, York. Aaliyah and Simon would never be able to reach the other world.
It's cool where
through
he's
their
talking to
main
York.
investigation.
The reverse.
That's why we need to close this case. He's got a strong grip, strong enough to crush a steel door. This must be the entrance to the Smarty Pants scientist's lab.
Smarty Pants Scientist Lab. It's gonna be like a Bane fight or some shit. It's gonna be like juiced up, like an Arkham. Super juice. Oh, it even showed the next room, dude. But we gotta run through a fucking gameplay section. You could physically see it, man. The pacing, dude. These gameplay sections are so fucking unnecessary, man. I think what's happening is that the shield on his back isn't technically loaded in until he fully comes out, so you can just shoot him freely in it. Nice. Somebody play tested that, and they're like, "Yep, that's fine." When are we gonna? Is there? There's got to be technology out there that makes it so that repeat sound effects don't exponentially make the fucking shit louder, man. There's just gotta be, man. This is just very fucking being a true amateur, dude. It adds soul. I mean, it is funny, but Jesus Christ, it's so loud. Like 2 whole seconds you gotta wait just to get the control again. After just like looking at him. On the off chance there's actually something left to semi-try on. I feel like there's a bigger chance of us running out of bullets on one of these. Paging Dr. Asshole. Okay, let me just adjust my talismans without being able to actually upgrade them there. Very cool. We're looking at this room, dude. Why even bother with the gameplay section? It's gonna be like a Bane fight straight up.
Avery Smith. After all this time, I found my way back to you. Back to the truth about just how special Lise was to you. They mentioned you so many times. Mrs. Carpenter, Alexis. But I didn't catch on. I completely glossed over the monstrous karma you've accumulated.
I don't really get that either. Everybody did.
You met the goddess together with Professor R's red soul.
It's not like he's like some god
And you
mastermind
obeyed
either,
them,
though. So like, what the hell?
just as the goddess ordered. But then, the goddess died. You lost everything, and you went out of control. So, Professor R decided to give you something special. Lisa's body. You didn't steal the body. She gave it to you, didn't she?
They stole Lise, my goddess! No goddess! No Lise! So sad!
So sad.
Being alone makes me sad. I'm sad.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just like, this isn't like the big tie-in or any kind of finality I'm looking for to the series. It's just another piece of the puzzle. Like, okay, we gotta save Patricia, but like, that's a moody.
Trisha.
No doubt.
Patricia. Yup. I still got Patricia. Lise and Patricia. So alike.
Just like piano music. This song kind of reminds me of some of the shit in the Premonition 1.
He's still with me.
Dude, give this voice actor some kind of medal, man. He's going full on ape shit, man.
Where's Patricia?
Yeah, I was gonna say, did this happen to him just now? Or has he been out of the public eye for so long that nobody ever noticed? This little fucking mouth
It's not too late
animation,
for
dude.
you, Avery. Turn yourself in. Stop now, and I'll even testify for you. That's right. It's not your fault.
Not my fault!
Yes. You were just being used.
I was used? No! No one used me! I'm the Guardian! I gotta protect the goddess! She's mine!
Oh.
I guarded these, but Patricia's my new goddess! My new lease! I guarded these, new goddess! Give me power! Hey, what happened? I'm not a smarty pants, so I don't know.
Phase 2 like the rest of them? Or is that the most pathetic boss in all of existence, man? She looks
Patricia.
exactly the same. What's with the chanting now, man?
Avery. So that's your new altar. Sorry, but that religion won't last much longer. Patricia's coming with me.
You know, all the bosses are like this for some reason. Well, he's the only one who looks slightly different. They all kind of just look like some weird voodoo thing. Shoot his head, is that all there is to it? But there's probably more to it. He's probably his little thing. Be like force casing. You gotta shoot some like object. Another sweet boss. It's kind of sad that the bosses in the first game were like better, man. Like, what the fuck? Even though there was like 2 bosses I could even think of. Oh, there's 3. Thomas, the sheriff, and then Kason. There's probably more than that too, but... Well, they still have a lot to kind of wrap up, so hopefully that happens. Yeah, Super Saiyan Hulk Hogan, dude. It's just this raw sexual energy of that fight, man. It's just too good. The leather squeaking all the time. The super monologues. She's a blonde. Randomly.
Patricia, you've become such a beautiful young woman.
Could at least unchain her first. Where you go, man?
Why are you here? I didn't ask you to come here. What do you think you're doing?
I'm...
Trying to act like some big hero?
No.
You never change. Always butting into people's problems. You wouldn't even let me die back then!
What?
Do you know how much pain I had to suffer because of you? Thanks to you, I had to live out 14 more years in hell.
But...
Who do you think you are anyway? You should have just let me die!
I could never do that. I could never just stand there and let you die. Never. Never.
Well, you should have.
But...
You should have just let me die! Just like you did with all the others. You let them all die!
Stop. Stop it.
No, I won't. You built up such a towering mountain of corpses.
No!
Yes, you did! You're possessed by death!
They keep spouting this.
I'm not.
But I don't really...
For the sake of justice.
I really feel it.
Is that why you let her die? For the sake of justice?
Don't say it. Please. Whatever you do, just don't say her name.
Emily Wyatt.
No!
Emily Wyatt.
Oh, damn it. Damn it. Damn it. I couldn't protect her. Yet I survived. I lived on to accomplish nothing. Damn it, York. Please. Just take me. Take me to the other side. York?
No. It's me, Zach.
Kason.
Oh, don't give me that look, Zach. I'm awful sorry I'm not York. But I can still save you. I could even take you over to the other side, if that's what you really want. Come on, give me your hand, old buddy. I'll lead you to where you need to go. Just like a lighthouse that guides ships through the dark, abyssal night.
We don't have a choice, man. Hopefully there's no like true ending kind of bullshit. You have to like earn it. All the stamps, yeah. I could see that. I imagine we'll play like York or some wacky shit.
Welcome, Zack, to the Red World. You become such a fine monster. Lena and George can never hold a candle to you. They really disappointed me, you know? Especially Lena.
Oh. Apparently there's some dialogue there. They tell you to move and then they cut the dialogue.
Stop right there! Is that you, Morgan? Don't move another muscle. Francis Zack Morgan, your story, your reasoning, I accept most of it. So just put your hands down and give it up. I'll take it from here.
Yeah.
Oh. Hey. She ain't half bad. She can't see this world, but she still managed to find her way here using nothing but her nose. She's like a genius pianist who can play Chopin without looking at any sheet music. She's got potential. Isn't that right, Zack? Ooh, I just got a nugget of an idea. I know the perfect way to use her.
Inspection. Crawdaddy. Hey, when there's dialogue and a timer, so you have to skip it. Like the voice acting, you just have to like kind of read the dialogue real quick.
Stop! Get away from her!
Alright, then we got heterochromia too.
You're Zack? Special Agent Zack? You came to save me.
Like where the fucking head, the neck, and the chest meet there.
You've grown so much. Did you change your hair color? It looks great on you. Good. Good. Looks like I made it.
Zach!
Trisha. I don't have much time left. I'm just glad I got to see.
Yeah, worst case.
You've grown before it all ends.
What are you saying? Don't be stupid.
Don't worry. When I die, so will this tragedy. I always knew it would. He and I are two sides of the same coin. We've always been one in the same. If I disappear, so will he. You don't need to worry. Patricia, you can be happy now.
No, you're not allowed to do that. The contract's still in effect. Here, look at this. Was this all a big lie? I promised to protect you from all the evil in our world. You need to uphold the contract. Zach, you saved my life. You're the only reason I'm alive right now. That one time when I wouldn't stop crying, remember what you said? Our world is filled with pain. Evil, violence, betrayal, jealousy, lies. Unseen despair is always waiting for a chance to paralyze us. Sometimes you might feel like you'd be better off dead. But you can't give up. Never forget, your life is your own. Those words freed me from the chains of my destiny. If it weren't for you, I would have died a long time ago. Please, Zach, I still need this contract. Please keep protecting me.
Morgan! Get away from her!
Wait, you're misunderstanding.
Get away before I count to 3, or I'll shoot! 1!
No! Listen to me!
2! 3!
No!
Patricia!
Just a random lock, are gonna block a bullet or something?
It can't be. Is this a miracle? Oh, God.
Honorable Clarkson.
I don't even know what to say. You've become quite the crybaby since I last saw you, Zach.
Quite the crybaby.
Hi there. Good to see you again, Patty.
Who are you?
FBI Special Agent Francis York Morgan. Please, call me York. That's what everyone calls me.
Agent York? You're with the FBI? Just like Zach?
Yes, that's right. I'm Zach, and Zach is me.
I feel like I've always known about you two. Just what are you?
Punished
We're
that.
your old friends, Patty. Now and forever.
Okay, where's Kaysen? He was talking about Kaysen disappearing when he disappeared, man. don't know if they're implying that Kaysen's just some kind of like Joker effect, or he is Kaysen or some stupid shit. I don't even know if Story knows what's going on anymore. Okay, did he just get his cancer cured? Like I said was gonna happen.
Aim carefully, sister.
Freeze!
Kaysen fight!
Aim carefully, sister.
I'm warning you!
Aim carefully.
I'm warning you!
Aim carefully, sister.
I'm warning you!
Aim.
Patricia Clarkson, I'm here to save you!
What the hell? There's a QTE there.
Aim carefully, sister.
What the fuck? It just froze and then a QTE popped when I was pressing buttons. She shadow poison at me in the QTE. These boss fights are pretty great in this one.
You are sus.
How? All my power.
Except not at all. The promise, dude. Infused with great power. This thing. I'm gonna imprison it. This what happened to like Pegasus or something. I don't remember. Trapped in your own fucking mind or whatever the fuck happened. I don't know. It's some Yu-Gi-Oh fucking punishment. Everybody just like compulsory this required to say that, man.
Zach! Hey, Zach! Wake up! Zach! No! You can't die here!
Fox.
Please, Zach! York, please! Save Zach! I know you can save him!
Death is inevitable, Patricia. It descends upon us all equally. All life dies in the end, and no one can change that.
But we're finally together again! This isn't fair! Come on! Fulfill the contract!
Sorry, but this is an extenuating circumstance.
Then sign a new one with me! This contract isn't valid anymore. Now, I'm going to protect you from all the evil in the world, and I plan on keeping my promise. So you're not allowed to die before I do! Go on! Sign the contract! Come on, sign it! Now!
Are you sure you're prepared for everything that entails? You can only break the rules once.
You can touch it once. And the music from the first game.
Listen to me, Patricia. When Zach wakes up, I want you to tell him something. This is our final farewell. Thank you so much for all you've done. For all those years, you never forgot about me, did you? It's been so long since we've seen each other, but I know you always kept me in your heart. That's what kept me alive. I owe it all to you, Zach. Thank you. And goodbye.
Who would go to fight in heels like that, like stilettos?
Thank you. Thank you, York. Thank you. Thank you.
He who fights with monsters should see to it that he himself does not become a monster. And if you gaze long into an abyss, the abyss also gazes into you.
A little bit. Nice turn, dude. Sorry, you can't even animate her just turning like normal. She like slides over. Why not just have them walking, have her walking towards York instead of the middle and then turning? Looks so cheap. The animations in this are so fucking bad, man. It takes away from a lot of cutscenes. Somehow the first game has better animations. I just don't get it how the first game's like put together better in cutscenes. It just glides over in stilettos.
Much blood was shed, and many precious lives were lost.
I need to start wearing stilettos.
Avery Smith was indicted on 11 charges, including kidnapping Patricia Clarkson, illegally disposing of Lise Clarkson's corpse, and distributing the illegal substance known as Sang Rouge. He's currently serving a term of 381 years at a state prison in Angola, Louisiana. His first possible scheduled review for parole could happen in 127 years at the earliest.
I don't know.
Aaliyah Davis's assistance in solving the case was officially acknowledged, and she was transferred to the DC HQ. Thanks to Boston Chief Robert Abraham's support, she was officially allowed to join the Sang Rouge Investigative Task Force. Later, it was reported that her younger brother began to show small signs of recovery from his addiction. Simon Jones was finally freed from his mission to monitor a certain ex-agent
and became a
and returned to the
pizza
Boston branch.
professional.
He was given a brand new computer and put back on data analysis, but never worked another big case. Instead, he spends most of his time at the office.
Simon was just a
doing
total
Sudoku.
loser through and through.
And so, after 14 long years, the curtain on this gruesome case was finally closed. Lucare still
What is this
suffers
music?
from the aftermath of the plan
He
set into
might,
motion
Neil.
by Professor R, aka Helena Doman.
What is this guitar song?
She was clearly smart enough to restore the Clarksons' empire on her own, yet she never tried to. The true reason
like a
behind her
Scythian
tragic
song.
downfall remains shrouded in mystery. A person's life can be greatly affected by the tiniest of anomalies, such as buttoning the wrong shirt
the
button.
OP.
Just like
Maybe
how
you
this
shouldn't use the
genius,
OP.
who once inspired great expectations, went on to become infamous as one of the South's most inhuman criminals. And now, after a very long time, life is finally starting to return to Lucare.
Who cares? What happened to Zach? Got some after credits. I need to take a piss. I'm worried there's gonna be something during it, but I really need to take a piss. Yeah, what's the fairy in the shrines? So did Zach just, like, York left them? Does that mean that his cancer's cured? Would they do more? Or are they just gonna call it good there? Yeah, I don't know. Anyways, I'll get back. Where the hell's Hoon gone? They said he'd see him again. Where was Hoongan? They said Hoongan said he'd see him again. I figured there'd be some final thing with Hoongan. Yeah, I don't get it. They defeated Case, and is it because he had more mind powers this time? The whole ending sequence felt, yeah, like there's a lot of just convenient shit. A lot of just random shit was happening. Like he joins Kaysen, and then like randomly is not joining Kaysen after she shoots him a couple times. Why give the FBI tip when you could just go here on your own? Well, I guess he didn't have the power yet. But how would he have ever known he was going to get the power back? Maybe he gave the tip to try to get them to do it, but then he just found out he could do it on his own once he got his powers back. So he just expedited his plan. He didn't know she was gone, but he probably knew there was more to it still, and he just didn't have the power maybe, and so he was going to get them to do it by using the tip. But then he could actually do it himself once the cancer gave him his powers back. Acted shocked, yeah. I mean, maybe it was just like it was possible kind of thing, but he hadn't done it yet, so he was shocked that it finally happened. I don't know. Voodoo bullets from the psycho guns in the other world, yeah, that could be it. I mean, sometimes I feel like they're trying to make fucking Forrest Kaysen seem to be some kind of like fucking like flip side to him or something. And if it was that, then like him getting over a certain thing or maybe losing York or some shit, I don't know, would like put the fucking nail in Kaysen's coffin, but it doesn't seem like that's even for sure what it is. After Simon hit him. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean that's the thing is like I'm trying to like somehow make sense of it, but it's funny because the first game has a lot of weird like confusing shit, but it's for the most part followable, and the confusing stuff would just be the ambiguous paranormal stuff. And this I feel like it's just half of it just doesn't even make fucking sense. Like straight up, I feel like it's hack writing. Yeah, I think he mastered Suda's ability to just write things that seem cool to him and then never care about how they make sense together. The song was pretty good though. I don't know, dude. More bowling, yeah. I'm really glad I put that time into the bowling, dude. Paid off big. I don't know. Like I liked the part where I mean, it was like the first game where there's like some Kino scenes like with York saying goodbye and shit. But everything building up to that was just like fucking nonsense. Yeah, anything involving him personally with Zack, like York and Zack is always Kino and it writes itself, I feel like. Kind of like in the first game. But everything surrounding that seemed fucked. I mean, Case and Better hardly even talked. He felt like just some kind of force there. Like, not even a character. I don't know. We'll see what we get after this here, but... then we could talk in on it. The Dalmatian.
I stole this from Professor R's lab.
He's scared.
I figured you would.
I've read through it dozens of times, but it still doesn't make sense to me. I mean, at some point her plan started to collapse, right? Otherwise, I probably would have been killed early on. But here I am, alive and breathing. And the stalker who harassed me for years has been arrested too. Not only that, but now I have a brand new life waiting for me as heir to the Clarkson Empire. Both Lucare and the Clarkson's industries are finally showing signs of recovering. It's just hard for me to believe that this all went according to her plan.
Yes, I understand how you feel.
The director's cut
No
still
matter how you
canon.
look at it, things couldn't possibly have ended up perfectly in accordance with her plan.
How can you be sure of that?
You earned a new life for yourself through the effort you put into it.
Look at all these other
It
cases.
definitely wasn't something that Lena gave to you. You made this life possible. You didn't do it all on your own, of course. You were only able to come this far thanks to everyone who supported you along the way. Could anyone really believe that Lena was the one who orchestrated all this? There's no way. I'm positive
Camp Crystal
all the
Lake,
people
oh
you've
god.
met thus far and all the things you've experienced created the person you are now.
We're gonna have
Lena's
a
just
fucking Deadly
one of those
Premonition
people,
X
nothing
Jason
more.
game.
You really think so?
Still, York and I both fell for that message of hers. Maybe her plan really is still moving forward after all.
Stop joking around. I'm seriously concerned about this.
Sorry, Patty.
What am I going to do with you, Zack?
By the way, did you change your hair color back in order to
What the fuck?
signify
He's
some important
IMing
decision
York
you made?
right now. I thought he said
Yeah.
goodbye, dude.
I guess I did. After losing everything, I finally found my true self. So I've decided to accept everything that comes to me from this point on.
I think that color looks great on you.
Really? Thanks, Zack. I'll never give up. I'm determined to overcome my cursed blood, whatever it takes.
And you will. That's why York chose you to be his assistant, you know. He always knew you had it in you.
Wow, he really thought that highly of me? Suddenly I feel really motivated now. This is crazy. I don't even know what I should get started with first.
Now that's the Patricia Clarkson I know.
Oh, I got it. I want to go and get one of Alexis's chocolate sundaes.
Oh man,
Not a
Loki
bad idea.
gunning for
They
her.
are to die for.
Yeah, they're like the deadly premonition of ice cream.
This is the most surreal scene in the whole fucking thing, dude.
Well, so long, Zack. I'll come visit you next summer. Louisiana summers are just too hot for me to handle.
You're always welcome here. Bye now.
Is he working on cases still? Old Emily. What's the lore with him? I am in the other world. It's like Persona, man. Red Seed profile.
Feels like today is going to be another wonderful day. Now, time for some coffee. No matter what the plan is, coffee should always come first. Isn't that right, Emily?
Okay, so the fairy is Emily. Yeah, he's got the Willy wallpaper. Okay, so Tinkerbell's bowling off. It never ends, dude. Oh, dude, it's our boy Hungan. Yeah, Willie's gonna be the next final boss. Dude. I mean, they didn't really leave it for another game specifically. They could, but he just said Emily. The fairy was Emily the whole time. They just revealed who it was. I mean, it could be that he does like a, instead of like a York Zach thing, it's him and Emily in like another game chit chatting, but the case files are, yeah, the more. I think that's where he just kind of slaps those in there just so that he could leave it, but it doesn't feel like it's straight like cliffhanging anything, right? Like he could leave it, you know, like there could be something. Yeah, I don't know. Like how his fucking apartment's still fucked. Yeah, it might have been the trauma. That makes sense, because he didn't want anybody to say her name. I thought Emily was fucking banging York, though. He said that Emily fell for York, not him. What, did she just clone a fairy version of herself to fucking hang out with Zach? Dude, York got NTR'd, man. After he had the girl. Okay. So the story's absolutely not as good as the first one. I don't think there's even much arguing that. The mystery's not as cool, the thrills aren't as cool. The Kino shit with York's personal history and everything, not as good. It tying into the first game is cute, but I feel like the pacing and like how the events even make sense and shit are just kind of wacky. Like the case and shit was just like there's almost like no ceremony to it. There's kind of like he was just there and they just blasted him and just a bunch of shit was going on. I think the idea of having the present and the past thing, then like a punished Zach is cool. I don't think it's like conceptually bad, but they might have just like, I don't know. Alright, I was reading this here. Take on York's mannerisms, maybe she had a person on it too to keep that company. It could be, I mean, if they wanted to do another one, I think the Pixie thing, like Old Man Zach and the Pixie thing would be interesting. There was no chest poking in this entire thing. Yeah, I think story-wise, it's still fun. Yeah, I don't know why they got rid of the chest poke. For that matter, the animations in this game really took away from a lot of the fun quirkiness. They were very wooden. It was like ZTD almost levels of like wooden, like robo animations. And the first game had a lot of like fun little ones. Like him whipping out the smoke is like really stilted in this, where in the first one he just whips it out and it's just funny, and the poking and there's like all the other cutscenes and stuff. They're just kind of better put together. This has like a really cheap plastic feel to it. So one of the most important parts of the game, the story and the wacky cutscenes and stuff, just kind of like gets hurt from that. So I don't know. Yeah, story-wise, I still had fun with it, for sure. And I mean, I'd still like more Deadly Premonition, but the first one's a lot more gripping, and I think it balances the paranormal, surreal stuff with actual kind of like murder mystery with a lot of kind of zany characters without really ever dipping too hard into either pool. This one goes like full on full force, just is zany as fuck. And then they try to hone it in on the serious stuff, and they have a lot more paranormal shit, which is not inherently bad, but it just feels like the contrast in one, the balance was a little bit more interesting. Where in this, where it's just like pretty much he's just some like ghost hunter guy. It's just I don't know. Like it's still cool, but it's not as engaging maybe. Oh, he's smoking cigs again. He's got cigs and weed. Yeah, Hugon is just this like plot device just to show that he's in the deep south because he's some voodoo guy, and like half the time instead of him like using weird things like the coffee, like, and then going and actually making logical deductions, he just like pretty much just follows like ghost tips the whole time. And like that's cool, and in the first game he does that, but it's kind of light, right? Like he does something very mundane like looking coffee and then follows it, and this he's just straight up a ghost is talking to him, right? Maybe the smokes are supposed to be a York thing, and then the weed's supposed to be Zach for shits. It's just like symbolism. Because there's the chessboard and stuff too or something, I don't know. I don't know, I think this one is a lot less watertight. I mean, the first one wasn't like watertight by any means, but like this one is really... I feel like... could have probably took this story through the old editor a few times or something. It's... there's a lot of stuff that hardly... like the Alila Davis shit, like it's I think all the scenes until the end with her and them is kind of cool, and there's a lot of neat dialogue, but like when they pretty much as soon as he goes into the cold storage thing, it's really the pacing is wacky, and what the hell's even going on, and either Swery's just writing scenes just for the pure like the kino and doesn't care if they make sense is the thing or not. I don't know, like the first one gets really wacky, but it still all makes sense. Like Thomas isn't the real killer, it's the chief, but then there's somebody pulling the chief's strings, and then they pull back to, you know, Zach's history, and then that expands on what York is, and then they show you everybody and they finish it off, and it's mostly, I mean, a nice little bow on it. And like, it's cool. I mean, it gives you backstory and history and ties it into the main story a bit, and it's fun, but there's still that kind of wacky surrealness going on that kind of makes Deadly Premonition fun, and the characters in this is just like really going. Anyways, I still enjoyed it, but yeah. I think it was kind of like what you said earlier, Fasto, where I feel like this one's almost like Swery's second chance at making like an open world game. The open world is definitely improved in this. Moving around, the quests are better, the people are better. There's more stuff to do, mini games. None of it is actually good in the grand scheme of video games, but it is better than the first game. It's at least like playable. I mean, I didn't even want to touch the fucking side quests in the first game. They're at least something. Remember that one, Zach? Paul made a reference to other horror movies in his special appearance by Hulk Hogan classic. Yeah, I feel like cheesy sequel for the sake of it is almost true. Like, Swery didn't obviously have a plan for it, but he just kind of did it anyways. And it was almost more focused on this open world, but they didn't have enough time or money to really fully make the open world good. But then this time, instead of making the main story work, it got hurt as well. Because in the first game, the open world is not good, but at least the main story is fine. And this one, I feel like everything's kind of got like a more equal level of quality, but it's all still kind of bad, right? Like, at least in Deadly Premonition 1, everything's like... Jesus, I sound like deaf in this ear for a second. Christ. At least in Deadly Premonition 1, like... blood or nothing? That's not blood. You know, the story's really good. That's why people like it. But yeah, I don't know. So anyways, other than the story, if you guys got anything to say, feel free. I mean, the music's... There's more? there's more story. I mean, not more story, there's more music. I think the music's probably better. I think the music's less fun though. They did reuse the whistling song sometimes. There's a certain this music style of the first one. There's just like a certain, I don't know, stamp of something to it. The kind of like overly dramatic, like vocal stuff sometimes in some of those scenes was just kind of, it kind of gave it a unique feel. This one has a lot of variety, and the songs are like, I guess technically better to listen to, but it's got a lot less character, I feel like, almost. Not a big deal though. Visually, I think it's better in some ways, but also worse in others. I think the world's more boring. It's very flat. I get you're in the bayou and shit, but Jesus Christ, it's pretty much just like a flat. I mean, it's a flat square, that's what it is. Like, pretty dull. I think the cel-shaded-ish contrast thing, whatever you want to call it, is like okay, but they obviously had to work in a totally new engine and stuff, which is expected, but they did not master the animations and stuff. Gameplay was boring. It's better than the first one, and I can see that they had tried to make all of the systems of the game work together. You know, there's crafting, and then that affects, you know, your shooting, and how that affects. You can also buy mini game upgrades, and you know, it all is supposed to work together. You get rewards from the side quests to help you do that, but there's way too many specific things needed that can only be gotten from just really just walking on the ground grabbing shit, which is super boring, and you don't know where to go. So like, you really don't interact or feel the need to, because nothing's hard in this. Like, there's no reason to fucking ever touch the talismans, and I did about 2/3 of the side content, and I barely even had like 2 slots on stuff, man. You just do it for the sake of upgrading. It's like not very rewarding. So while they do add more systems, they're just not executed well. That's kind of what I mean. Like, it's better in most ways than the first one, but compared to like your average game, it's still like worse. Like, I don't even know if I'd call it a mediocre open world. It's kind of shit. But the story is fun. It's still got a very distinct charm. I still like it, but I think in a lot of ways this one's a little more soulless than the first, and doesn't make up for it in like objectively good characteristics like gameplay or open world design or anything. And then what else? Not much else. Oh, technical issues. They're pretty bad in this. I didn't have any crashing. A lot of glitches with people just not in, like, they're in cars but not in cars. There's quest people flying around the world I couldn't get to without like reloading, and the FPS was bad, but overall technically it's a better experience than the first one. It's not crashing. It does after you do like 12 hours straight go into like single digit FPS sometimes, but it's as comparing it to all games, it's horrible. Just disgusting FPS issues. No game should have this kind of FPS issues, man. I'm shocked they released it like this, but then in the end, it's a story game. But I don't know if JJ Macfield has any of these issues. I really would like to play it to see, but yeah. Anyways, yeah, we gotta decide now. I want to play JJ, yeah. I want to buy it right now, and I can't rent it. I'm just kind of waiting for like a sale, and it doesn't really go on sale for a shitload because it's already like 25-30 bucks just straight up, or 40 or something. JJ looks like it kind of owns its theme a bit more. I think that's one of the hard parts with doing a sequel like this to a game that's relatively tied up, is that he tries to fit this game into the first game's story too much, and I think that's really hard to do a lot of the time. It can be done, but if you don't have a plan for that in the first place, it can kind of be tough to do, or it'll just feel kind of shoveled in or something. Like, what at the end of the day, like, what was really like tying everything together? Like, we already knew about Casey. Avery wasn't really that surprising. There wasn't really any like twist mysteries in this one. It was just kind of like, okay, we're doing the next expected thing, and then just drama happens. This one's definitely like it's a murder mystery, but it's really not. There's not really any mystery at all. There's some like just slight reveals, but you don't even have to be like good at figuring out mysteries to figure half that shit out. I mean, they straight up show you who kills who in a lot of these paranormal scenes before you've even interacted with the mystery in any way, like with Lena being a mastermind and Glenna, or whatever her name is, being the one who kills Lise. You're just like, okay, well, I already got like every single perpetrator here. And then Avery being the 10-foot tall guy was like supposed to be the twist, and it was like really obvious. I don't even know if you could call it a reveal. Yeah, I think that would have just been better. Dealing with the loss of York, solving the red case seats for good, finding out that Casey's maybe like still alive or something. So you just play as like a Zach, right? Without like the York. And then like maybe have a strong supporting cast to make up for it. And maybe Zach is like really similar to York still, just for the players. And then maybe have some kind of like Kino finish where they join back together, where Zach goes beyond or dies or something and joins back up kind of thing. Like, I really feel like, yeah, just having a game that was just set just directly after, yeah, and dealing with that kind of like loss and the possible Casey still being around. Or not Casey. Forrest, fucking Casey. I guess, yeah, Forrest Casey. Anyways. Yeah, Melvin was just like, they just reused another twist from the first one. They had that huge 10-minute thing with him and Candy, and it's just like, Melvin was just a joke guy who cared about his daughter, but he's actually this like super twisted dude who's just like obsessed with shit, but then all of a sudden he still cares about his daughter. And I don't know if we're just supposed to assume it's just the drugs. He had a lifetime of choices that were evil. To just say it's all because of drugs is kind of silly. And then you had the Lena and the PJ shit. I feel like the game was like so really focused on the Clarksons, it kind of made it dull. And this one has just got a whole lot of fucking issues. The first 2/3 of the game are just almost meandering. The quest design's bad. The fetch quest, the follow quest, they left those in, but there's no fun, really cool stuff to go with it like the first game kind of had. Like, yeah, the characters are fun enough and stuff, but it's just like, it's not, I don't know. It's a longer game. I don't know if the main story is much longer, but we did do a lot of side stuff. Side stuff was not good. It's definitely more involved than the first game from what I understand, but it's still not anything. I don't know. I think in some really superficial, yeah, I don't say, really inconsequential ways it's better than the first game, but for the most part, where it matters, it's definitely worse. But still worth playing if you play the first one. It's definitely not as, it's not as memorable, not as timeless. So. Okay, so we're playing Origami King, or are we playing the Jiggies in Time? I don't know. I was all for Jiggies in Time before we started this today, but I'm not, I don't know which. That's just because I'd already set it up. Part of me wants to do Origami King just to get it going, just so I can send it out and play it while we're talking about it. I don't know if Adri's around. I mean, I'm not gonna just time it around him, but I know he was sort of interested. How long is Origami King anyways? I'm also like tired. It's about 4 hours. This is about how long I figured it would take to finish this today. 25 to 40. Yeah, it came out like a couple days ago. Yeah, it's supposed to be really good. It looked cool when I started it. I like Banjo-Kazooie a lot. It's like a full game, so it would be like a 2-dayer probably, I imagine. I mean, if I started it today, it'd be chill. I mean, we could keep talking about this, but Chickie's of Time is a Ocarina of Time remade to be a Banjo-Kazooie game. It's 10 levels, or it's 9 levels in an overworld, just like Banjo-Kazooie or something. With the graphics, the music, and everything sort of remade to work with Banjo and stuff. Yeah, I haven't decided. Is there anybody interested in Origami King in here? Is there anybody who could sway me? Well, I mean, one's gonna come before the other. It's like they'll all happen within a day of each other at the finish. I'm just kind of like tired is my thing. Yeah, time to decide. I'm still just talking about Deadly Premonition. Well, I guess, I mean, I could say just like I always end up with like a general thing. I guess I sort of did. I think it was, as a game in the grand cosmos of everything, in the pool of all games, it's not too good. I don't think there's, other than the zaniness of it, the quirkiness, which it owns it a bit more than something like AI. Other than that, I don't think it's really that great of a game. But as a Deadly Premonition game, as a sequel, I think it's fine. I think it's cool. It at least continues stuff. It has good dialogue when they're just talking, you know, there's still just enjoyable stuff. I had a lot of like little chuckles and fun times with pretty much all the characters, so I'll give it that. I think it still succeeds for the most part in just its minute-to-minute dialogue. It's just the overarching story's not as good. Anyways, I don't know.